Yo, 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 what is going on? Alright, let's see what we got going on here. First off, who's all here? Oh my god, y'all said good morning so much I couldn't even see the top message. Good morning, everybody. Arax, Kevo, Sandollar, Carter, VC, Alexis, CJ, Daffy. What's up, Daffy? Mr. Shadow, Susan, Maddie. What's up, Fake Mojo? What's up, Kim? What's up, Wise? Guten Tag. Liking the music? Yeah, I honestly chose a random playlist. Looks like it's a 12-hour loop, so we should be good today. Oh man, I wish I could read that next sentence, Wise Trader. I concur with the Daft Man. IndieX 100, aloha. Any ideas? Buy it deep. What? Buy it deep. Good morning, good morning, good morning, and good morning, Rami. All right, good morning, everybody. All right, guys, the game plan is here on the left side, right here on this side of the screen. So this is what the game plan, it's kind of a vague initial game plan, but again, the focus are the main levels. But you can see pre-market low from the bottom of this wick. I honestly extended it over because I thought it was cool how it lined up with the bottom of extended hours too, from after hours yesterday. Which is pretty interesting, again, because a big reason that we're down even this much was the start of earnings. Of course, you had Microsoft's big movement. You can see they're almost relatively flat, pretty much. AMD still down in the dirt. And then Google's down in the trenches as well. Is Tesla still down? Yeah, they're still down as well. We're going to leave the inside bar levels on that. I'm going to see what that ends up doing. The 10-year is falling off a cliff right now. It's at the low of pre-market. And the dollar is falling off a cliff as well. I saw Daffy post this in Discord as well. We've both been going over this. Looks like I need to extend my zone, actually. Let's just do this. So I don't have to do this anymore. Let's just skip every year to 2025. So we don't have to redraw these ever again. Actually, I think a couple of them are a little off. We're just going to leave them there. 2025. There we go. Isn't that nice? So we'll see if they pull down and hold the 102.93. That'd be pretty decent for the market. I need to redo my intraday triple Qs, but we're not going to do that yet. We're just going to, we're just going to focus on SPY at the open. I'm also going to turn off this crap. There we go. Alright, so we'll watch. Oh, Jesus, it's kind of hard to look at this. Let me zoom it this way. Do that. Alright, so we'll do this for a little bit, and then we'll see what else happens. But another thing you can draw here too, that I haven't drawn yet, is the previous day close. If you grab that all the way down to today's open, which is the top of the meat of that candle, you create a area of interest now. So pretty much where our previous day low is. So we got that one. That's pretty easy. And then 49.75. So if we do get an impulse move over this, we are most likely going to hit this area. Now, I'm not saying like we're going to go and hit it and reject it. It can do whatever it wants. So we'll see what happens when we get there. But for now, that's what we're focused on. I might just draw this. I might just draw this to remind myself where it is instead of leaving it up. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Mighty One, Mel, John, Matty Ice, Scott. Good morning, everybody. Looks like healthcare is slightly green at the open. Moderna just fell off a cliff. my gosh, yes. Dump EMPH. Fall off the cliff. Shit, that's a great way to start my day. Alright, let's go back to SPY. Sorry, I was closing one of my swing trades. Great day to start the day. Nvidia gonna fill that gap. Good morning, Fool. Good morning, BB fam. What's up, E? What's up, K Bob Josh? What up, another ninja? How you doing, man? Thank you, Adam. Thank you. This is for a new video that I have for that swing, so I was really excited that it's working out. But basically, I had 20 shorts, or 20 contracts short on EMPH, and I was literally just going off of Leland's levels too. These are all Leland's levels. So all I did was just use the last week's high and low, because at first we were stuck in it, so that's why I was drawing it. Thanks to Leland. But then we were focused on how there's a golden pocket and halfway point here. It also lines up with the daily time frame price action, how it drops, has that impulse move. If you draw that fib, you can see it's the same thing basically, but you have a bearish hammer inverting against resistance, which is a very good sign to at least go towards these lows. So we went pretty heavy on that. I try to only swing about like $700 to $800 at a time, but that was almost a $1,300 swing, so I was pretty excited about that. I was very confident. You can see on the chart here today, we're using nothing but the most simple information ever. We have emerging candles, and then we're focused on the inside bar right here that failed and then broke and then had a little bit of failed continuation. They made the new all-time high, of course, and then slowed down against 492.50. So just under that, so they're about 90 cents off. But now we've had a move down, and if I was to remove all these levels, you'd see that we're actually still holding a pretty good part of where we went up and then pushed down before it made this next impulse move up. So honestly, I'd be looking towards the low of this candle, low of this candle, low of this candle, but that's just where we could dip to. With the lower open, of course, we do have a bearish kicker today, but that doesn't mean that's how the day has to end. If we were to actually push higher, this could be a pretty crazy daily chart. So I'm not going to get ahead of myself and sit here and be like, all right, guys, there's a bearish kicker today. Make sure you guys are super short. Like, no, I mean, if it doesn't get over to 490 today, there is a pretty good probability that it does dip lower down to here or to those wicks. But overall, we're going to be jump roping 490, and everything really does rely on Powell end of day. It's not even really the interest rate decision itself. I think that's pretty much a set deal. It's almost 100% set that everybody knows interest rates are going to hold. But what we don't know are the tone that they're going to carry into the next potential interest rate cut. That's what's going to move the market today. So that's what's on watch. That's the daily time frame for you on SPY. I just wanted to go over it again just because it's a very important time frame. But right now we have the levels. Oops, let me zoom out real quick. The levels we have set, of course, was the supply of Friday. Sorry, I'm saying a lot. We broke over that on Monday, and then we closed up here, and then we just range traded the other day. So I didn't really change anything because there just wasn't a point. And now we're under this area, potentially rejecting it. So this, it's like they're putting us back in the range of that inside candle is essentially what we're seeing here, or they're trying to. So should be bearish technically against 489, 488, 70s if you see a rejection here, like you see on the watch list. Let me move this back up. Netflix. You can see here we talk about a rejection of pre-market high or 490s with selling pressure. So you can see 488, 70s, 489. Looking for a potential rejection here if the impulse move up higher does not happen at all. Triple Qs are down about 1%. SPX so expensive. BA ripping. Ooh, good look, Kevo. Always happy to see your name in here, man. If you have any mentions or updates, let me know. Oh, here we go. BA. I was like, where is it? I know I have it. So here's the levels just for a quick look, so you don't see, they're not just coming out of my ass. Just looking at the inside bar here. They broke up. They made a really good move here. They broke back under. They're holding the low of it, which is actually very clean. You could have caught this retest lower, or sorry, this retest lower and this one. These are actually both pretty clean, whether you entered here or here. But either way, definitely should not be holding outside or holding still because it didn't ever make that new low. So if you were a short swing trader, that was definitely your time to TP before earnings. So wait to see where earnings takes that. But so far, they have a bullish kicker, which is kind of funny because it's the literal opposite of the stock market. The stock market has a bearish kicker, so that's kind of funny. Or SPY, I should say, not the stock market. But pretty funny. Qs on their daily T, you can see they're actually at a pretty dangerous area of this big green candle, so we'll see if they end up cracking under that. I believe that's from the smaller time frame. And here's my SPX levels in case anybody was wondering. Not that one, this one. You can see they're rejecting the same thing as SPY. SPY's up against this and rejecting. My SPX chart is up there and rejecting. The numbers are going to be different, but the levels and the zones and the supply and the demand, all that should be relatively close. Tesla, nice impulse move up, holding that inner inside bar candle. A lot of IBs. I think I saw Daffy last night too. He shared a large scanner list that showed tickers that were inside bars. So if you want to go look through that, you can. Really cool moves from a lot of those though. And I just saw the dollar is moving lower. The 10-year is moving lower. I wouldn't be surprised to see some buyers show up here on SPY. I'll be honest, there's not pressure coming from the 10-year or the dollar, so buyers can definitely pop up here still. Nice rejection though of this area, you can't lie. Bears are definitely present. It looks like the only thing the bears need now is a flush under 488.30s and 488.10, which again, this is the pre-market low. So, looking for a flush there, but bears are definitely in control. I think we can all agree on that. It's kind of like you're bearish until proven otherwise. If you see them push past this, it's like, all right, well, hold up. Buyers have a lot more potential here now. But be very hesitant right now because we have not actually cracked anything for new lows. These are lows we've already made this morning. We're looking to crack them again. Your NBA 222, 50s average 0.24. Dividend said high or low on BA. What's up, peoples? How you doing, man? I'm here. I made it. What's up, Carnage? You're always here, technically, because my chart is named King Carnage. Well, not this one, but the other one. So close enough. I can't even get my phone to load. Oh, here we go. All right, my bad. I need to focus on y'all. Be sure to drop a like on today's stream. We've already dropped a lot of game plans. We're going to go over some more here in a second. And yes, Google is still in pain. They're down 6.5% today. AMD is recovering a little bit, it looks like. They were down a lot more. Got a couple positive tickers here, I just realized. I mean, of course the banks are, but that one's not really surprising. I will say this. Netflix the other day made a bearish kicker already. That's a bearish kicker. It started under the entirety of the previous day. So, or the meat of it, sorry. But what I think is interesting is you are getting kind of a little reset candle. If you take a fib from here to here, this would be a really good area to look at for day trades as well as swing trades. It's not just for swing trading. But if you highlight this area, you end up getting some, like it breaks into here, you know, rejects, gets double top. You know, you're looking for like double tops, bearish patterns to pop up in here. And then maybe a lower high. And as it exits 570.20s, that would be really good risk to the downside. But we'll see if that even happens at all. Of course, target would be near the lows, but we'll see if that even happens. See, UNH is still picking up some gains from the other day. I saw the hammer, but that was a little sketchy to enter on a hammer alone. But really nice move so far. I think I saw Sherman post this the other day too. Yeah, JPM still moving higher. You can see Berkby still hanging around the highs. And where is BAC? I know it's down here. Here it is. BAC also making new recent highs. So banks are kind of killing it. This is another one I'm kind of bullish on, but I'm not in yet. I wanted to enter early this week, but then they did this candle. But Zim is another one that's been kind of just coiling, breaking, coiling, possibly breaking. So maybe a move to 18 soon. Disney. Ooh, it did the thing. Remember we talked about this in stream yesterday. Popped above. Didn't really get a good close over. Might be the rejection here, which could bring it down to, what is that, 95? Yeah, 95, maybe even 94 with the wick. We'll see. Moderna. Eli Lilly. New highs on the daily. It's new all-time. Is that new all-time high in Eli Lilly? This is from Noxta's watches. Ooh, it is. I'm going to tag him and let him know. He was looking at Eli Lilly, Moderna, and another one I don't remember. Lulu. Lulu was the other one he was looking at. That was last week, I think. They all had really good moves from what he was looking at. He made a higher low here. If anybody got trapped into this chart, I would not be surprised because this was a big trap right here. This candle especially. But you end up getting that low against really good support where it could turn old resistance into support. You get the higher low, you get the increased movement, no new high. Very big rejection. And just in time for SPY, as I reapproach the chart, we have made an open range breakout after the retest under pre-market lows, under very good levels. So there's a very good chance this continues a little bit lower, unless we see a retake of this area or today's open. I just typed out bearish unless you see retakes of current day open or 488.70s to 489.12. Good job to anybody who might have taken the bearish retest on SPY to the downside. I was just congratulating anybody in the Discord. If anybody took the retest, good job so far. Like we said, you should pretty much just be bearish unless you see a retake of today's open or 488.70s and 49.12. Like we said, bears were in complete control. We had a bit of a retest here, and really all they were looking for was a flush under these next two levels. That's all they really needed now. So let's see, can we get a retest under these levels maybe? SPY trying to lose the IB? Yeah, good luck, CJ. If you had one shot or opportunity, or one opportunity to seize everything you ever wanted in one moment, would you capture it or would you just let it slip? Let's see. Just chilling until FOMC. You're rightly land. Will you marry me? Okay, I don't need to be reading chat, clearly. Microsoft wicking at previous day demand. I swung 485p on SPY. Oh, good stuff, CJ. You must be bagged up today. Everybody hit up CJ for their meals today. CJ has a bag. Approaching Monday low of day. Good looks, King Carnage. I actually did not draw that, and I'm happy that you said it, because yes, we are getting close to it. But yes, good looks. The Monday low, that's the only level in between here I did not add, just because I wanted to keep it as clean as possible. But good looks. Now I know you're paying attention. Clipped. Oh, you clipped me saying it? Peoples. If I was to go and meet everybody in chat, you would be the last person I meet. No, I'm kidding, I'm kidding. You'd be the second to last person. Creator's last. CJ, can I add your credit card to DoorDash? Thank you. Yeah. Yo, good stuff though, CJ. Bit risky, of course, but I respect it, honestly. I respect it. Good morning, Jacko. How you doing, man? IWM testing current day open. Great call out, Ferg. Let's look at it for a second. My bad. I was looking at some stuff. Why do I have that name? The Harry chart. What the fuck? Okay, we'll leave it. Oh, this is the one I did for my weekly watch list, I think. Oh, yeah, it is. Okay. I know exactly what I'm looking at now. Yeah, this sucked. We kind of talked about the small possibility of this happening, but then it happened. We were saying how awesome this was closing here, but it didn't close over 200. That was really like the second parameter. It was 198.75 and that psychological 200, and we just got in between them. And then, of course, we get this candle. But all this coiling price action, this chart has a leg in it. So whether it breaks under 196s or pushes back over 198.75s, I don't care. It has a really nice move in store. So definitely keep IWM on watch. Good job, B, for looking at that. And yeah, they are back over today's open. That's a very strong buyer sign. So we'll see if that picks up or not. SPX, though, almost a new low of day. They're still chilling down there. Triple Q's made a new low of day at 419.52, 10 cents off of that. And now they're slowing down. So we'll see if that continues. Do they base out, or are they just slowing down to make more lows? We'll see. SPY doesn't look like it's done. How's everyone doing this morning, though? We got over 80 people in here. That is crazy. I should do more full day streams. Or are y'all just here because y'all are excited for FOMC? Again, guys, FOMC isn't really what's important. Everybody's pretty much set on the interest rates. What's different and what's going to be unique to watch is what Powell does to the price action. So we'll be paying attention to the levels. Of course, you know, we're not really going to sit here and be like, oh, we're bullish or bearish, because there's many times where I've sat here and Powell has pumped it, but there's also been other times where Powell hasn't pumped it. You even get a impulse move sometimes, and then they go in the opposite direction. So it really, anything can happen. It really is anybody's game once we get to that point. But right now, the price action is showing bears are in complete control, and they've brought price back into the inside bar range. So that's crazy. You have an inside bar actually right now, as I'm saying it on the 5-minute for SPY. Candle trading within another candle. But let's see. Do they retake? I guess I can remove this annoying yellow line. But do they retake pre-market low and 488.30s? This would be a good first initial sign for buyers. Of course, you have today's open right here. We have the top of the range right here that we're looking at to see, can they break this, get back up to the 490s. We'll see. If not, though, more bearish retests and more flushing can come through, and we could see 486.80s before long. It's another dollar down from current price. Seems like the market is priced in a rate cut announcement. If they announce no cut, market could freak out. Exactly. It's almost like 99%, so that's why I was saying the initial news itself won't matter as much. But the price will still move around, don't get me wrong. We're going to get some good movement. At open, I want to pop halfway. The 49.10, 49.15 fib did not make it. Okay. You're talking about the first initial fib. Yep. But thank you guys for everybody being here. How's everyone doing this morning? Good morning to you if I did not say it back to you. What is everyone looking at? What are you guys looking at today? You guys know me, of course. I'm kind of looking at everything. The dollar and the 10-year just kept going down. Which is funny because SPY hasn't really gotten any impulse move up. So that means everything is selling. Except small caps. You can see they're actually getting some buying. And this is the perfect example of what I was telling y'all about. This is a great example saying that the 10-year and the dollar, these are great opposite pressures of the equity market, which is SPY, triple Qs, all this other stuff we like to look at. But they're not perfect opposites. You'll see times like today where they're all red. This is why I always try to teach that, because yes, they're good for short-term pressure. It's good to kind of see it here and there, but it's not always going to be like that. You can see actually ADD is actually not even that off of 0, which means there actually isn't that much selling going on. We're just looking at the part of the market that's selling its ass off. Yeah, look at Roku. Holy, good retake by Roku. We know the banks are killing it, so we don't gotta really mention that one. You guys saw the Walmart split news. There's Zim. Jeez. Thank fuck I'm out of that play. Wait a minute. I feel like I could get another one in here, though. Oh, God, that's so tempting. Why is it right there as I drew it? I'm going to click away. Disney in the gap fill. Moderna on a higher low. Eli Lilly still pushing a new all-time high. And UPST. Healthcare. Actually, healthcare is not looking too hot. As awesome as the sector was holding up. The banks sector is not looking hot either. They just broke under today's open. Oh, no, they didn't. This is today's open. Sorry. I'm going to mark that. I don't normally mark these on my Excel charts, but that'll be pretty crucial if that breaks. Keep that on watch for banks. That could be one of your last strong sectors holding. XLK looks like crap. Oh, comms picking up. Let's go see Meta and Google and Netflix. Okay, so it does look just like that chart. And Meta looks hell of a lot better. Okay, this is like amplified Google chart. Good stuff. Okay, so Meta looks pretty good. Netflix looks like crap. I see the daily on this one. Oh, that's right. That's the lead test fib. I mean, it's not a real lead test. It's just what I was looking at. All right, and then we made a new low, and they're still wicking it. So nothing crazy. Nothing missed, at least. We'll see. Do they make it down to 486.80s, or do they try to actually retake something? It's almost like too much selling happened, and now it's like for a new trade for a short, it's impossible to get a good risk-reward scenario here. Daffy is all out of his SPY puts. 86%. Daffy, you're insane. Good updates by everybody on the trade floor. This is crazy. The last few days, I haven't really had to check Discord. My Discord's actually messing up today, so if you don't see me answer too much, it's... I don't know what. I need to, like, reinstall it or something. Alright, whatever. I'll just focus on the YouTube. It's not lagging. Good morning, Timmy. Good to see you, man. Looking to see if the retest holds. Would love it too. Feeling quite different today mentally. Big changes. Oh yeah, congrats to Jack, guys. Jack, would you like to share your news in the YouTube chat? Go ahead and share it. As for watches, John Deere, Walmart, BBY, good stuff. Bounce coming. I will set so the news coming out. Oh, you're saying it's gonna go because Daffy sold his puts. Oxy gave me a poop. That sucks. From all the off-grid locations, Sandollar secretly trying to tell us he's an assassin, a world-class assassin. Telling us without telling us. Jack, here we go. Jack said he left his job of 12 years for a new job that involves fabricating and modifying vehicles. Good stuff, Jack. Shh, no leaks. Sorry, man. But yeah, congrats, Jack. Round of applause for Jack. It's hard to move from a place where you're super comfortable, you know, somewhere you've been for a very long time. But hey, man, you're going to be moving on to better opportunities. It's going to be teaching all kinds of people, so that's going to be awesome. You're going to have your own little army. Apple has a wee gap to 183. Good look, React. How you doing, by the way, React? Picking up a trailer to go move my toolbox right now. Nice. See, we don't just care about trading in here. It's real life shit in here. We're all real people. We make mistakes. We have journeys. And feel free to share yours if you guys have anything cool going on. Right now, we're still seeing sellers in complete control of SPY. I think I'm going to go to check out another chart because I think we all have a pretty in-depth view of what SPY is most likely about to do. Now, the Qs are doing a lot better. Now, they had a lot bigger of a drop, it looks like. But looks like if they can hold 419.50s and today's low, if this is a good higher low, we'll see. But what they need to do is get over today's open. Where's my mouse? Here it is. They need to get over today's open and then over 421. And this would be your first initial sign like, okay, buyers can somewhat be more present now. But this a little bit of a higher low is not much on its own. So again, you need to add more to that for it to be something. But we're at a very good part of the chart where it's hard to say that sellers can just keep going until we see some more information. Just because we have already got a lower open and we've moved lower. And now we're kind of towards the bottom of the range of that inside bar from the other day. So potentially seeing our official slowdown. When I say that, I mean buyers and sellers are going to both appear in this range for probably the next couple hours. You'll probably get some good moves, though. Don't get me wrong. And you might find some individual tickers doing a lot better on their own. So I don't know if right now is the best time to focus on just SPY or triple Qs, I'll be honest with you guys. If you are looking for a new opportunity, I would go try to check out some individual equities. Like anything else on the screen, basically. Like when we were looking at Meta, like it kind of sucks Meta just left. I was going to say you could go look at Meta, but it kind of already went up and hit that level. But this is what I'm talking about. Like seeing the open hold, seeing a higher low from the open, seeing a push higher than its recent highs or whatever else is here. You know, these are all confirmations stacking on each other, you know? So that's what you need to be looking for right now. And if you're not trading today, that's totally fine. It's 100% okay for you to not trade today. If history has shown, it's actually very difficult to profit on a day like today. Ooh, might have to look at John Deere later. I saw you mention it, Jack, but you know me, I go through this list all the time. I added yours, I added a couple of my own, I added a couple of Noxta's, I added Leland. I added a bunch of people's tickers in here, honestly. If you guys have an interesting ticker you want me to look at more for swings, please add it in here, or please tell me what to add, because I've just been adding y'all's tickers, and I've been having a lot of fun. Or trying to, at least. I probably should leave Boeing alone for a couple weeks. I think we shorted that like 3 different times. Don't need to do it again. At least not yet. Oh, come on. Eli Lilly all-time high, yes sir. I actually tagged Noxta on it in trade floor because that was one of the few he was looking at. He was looking at Moderna, LLY, Lulu, and there was a fourth one I still can't remember. Can you add SPY? Nike B? I have Nike on here. Unless you're telling me to check Nike. I've had that one on here since the first time you mentioned it the last time around. I'll show you where. I even remember where. Back here. It was back here. We had already made our move down. We had already recovered a little bit. And I remember back here, this is where Daffy started getting insanely bullish on Nike. And then it started producing candles like this. And I was like, okay, what the hell? Then we had the earnings, of course. I was looking at the double inside bar. Got a lot of information here. And then they've just made that huge move down. And since then, they've made a lower high, dumped, lower high, dumped. I don't know if this is a lower high yet. We don't know yet. But it is following the trend of having an impulse move and then producing a red candle. So we'll see, does this bring us back down? And if it does, can this change the trend of making these lows and maybe form a higher low. Maybe try to change some trend here. So we'll see if the trend is changing on Nike over the next couple days, couple weeks. But I love Nike's movement. I'm not gonna lie, I've become a fan of their pattern trading. Their patterns are very clean and they come from very good areas. And that's really the big thing with me about swings is you gotta be comfortable with what you're looking at. And Nike is definitely very nice. Definitely nice to look at. Check the 5 minute. Am I about to see a crazy candle? Hills and valleys? What the hell did I draw there? They are in previous day low demand right now. Oh, come on, don't mess with me. Walmart announced a 3-for-1 stock split. Good looks, Alexis. I'm not gonna lie, Sandler, I thought you typed Egypt at first. I was like, is he being serious? EYPT, a biotech. Oh, I'm not looking at biotech. I love you, but I'm not looking at that sector. All right, we'll look at it for 5 seconds. 5 seconds. Yeah, biotech. Gotta love this sector. I generally don't like looking at those stocks. I know some people make a living of them, and there's a lot of good movement. I'm not taking that away from it at all. But I feel like it's just there's so many more different, better options. Because those can be dependent on catalyst. And I hate catalyst dependent tickers. I'm not gonna lie. But they get movement. I'm not taking that away from those. They get movement. They definitely get plenty of that. I haven't looked at coin in a bunch. It was on the weekly watch list back-to-back weeks. Main reasoning is the weekly time frame is an inside bar and we're getting a positive print. So I'm really just kind of watching that on the weekly. I know I keep switching to it and you see me look at it on the daily, but we really aren't watching it for this time frame. This is really a weekly setup. Kind of the same thing for Tesla. I would say right now you probably shouldn't be looking at the daily. Right now you should really be focused on the weekly time frame for both of those. We missed the train on CLF. I don't know if y'all saw that. That one kept going. It kept going yesterday and held most of its gains and then decided to do it again today. So it's already back where it fell from. That's crazy. I'm going to leave the chart like that, to be honest. PayPal still under the 64s. That's kind of my big trigger level to see what direction they're going in, really. We'll just go back to the market. I don't really see anything else to look at. If you guys want me to look at any other tickers, of course, please feel free to ask. It is a full day stream. I will be here till the market closes today. But if you have any questions or you guys want to go over anything, we definitely can. It's only been 41 minutes from the open, so if we go over anything lesson-wise, we'll probably wait a little bit longer till lunchtime, and then we'll go over some stuff if you guys want. But we can go over anything. We can go over patterns. We can go over swing trading, day trading. We can go over whatever the hell y'all want. The levels, short-term levels, long-term levels, the supply demand, if y'all want to go over that. Go over whatever you want. But wait a little bit longer because, of course, it is probably got a lot more action here in store for the market. SEQs are still kind of holding where they fell to. SPY is still sitting at its low. I mean, SPY could still just dump from here. This could be just a big, like, 4 or 5 bar play kind of looking thing and head down towards that 486.80s that we talked about. Let's see if the hidden retest came through. I didn't keep that fib drawn. Remember, guys, when you draw your hidden retest, you're looking for the break of the level to the low of the move. And they are still holding the hidden retest to the downside. So if a new low is held here, it's a very big chance they want to dump this. Again, if you know what this is, what I just drew, you've definitely seen the Retest Trading 101 seminar. I joined a big seminar with Champion Vibe and Ace the Kid and a couple other guys like Zeke and AK. And the retest trading, that was probably my best breakdown on retest trading ever. So if you haven't seen that, definitely look around to check that out. I think you have to be a member in chat or on the channel. Ulta, we can definitely look at Ulta. I'm gonna switch to it here in a second. I want to see what SPY does. We'll switch to it in a second, though. Oh, I am muted. What the fuck? I hit it and then it didn't unmute. Oh my god, that is so dumb. All I said is that the hidden retest still held, and then I was trying to teach y'all how Control Z works when I was doing this. And what else did I say? I was saying yes, we'll look at TXN and Ulta after. And that was it, short summary. I definitely was a lot more in depth than that, but I'm not repeating it. Oh my god. I literally got up to grab something, and then I thought I unmuted. That probably was so weird for me. I'm just moving my mouse, and you're like, what the hell's going on? Is he talking or just throwing his mouse around? I was also congratulating Brady on his trade on SPY, saying good job that he didn't just look at SPY, he was also looking at top weights. And then I looked at, y'all probably saw me do this, and I was like, it's kind of funny, you forget sometimes that Microsoft's above Apple now, blah, blah, blah. And that was about it. That was my whole tangent. Damn, Timmy, thank you. Holy shit. That could have gone a lot longer. Thank you. Morning mouse check. Yeah, just seeing if the sensor's still good. But in short, that's all I said, though, is everything I just repeated very quickly. So yeah, sorry for that, but I promise I was a lot more in depth the first time I said it. When I saw that I was still mute, I was like, no way. Alright, whatever. New lows were also made on triple Qs, by the way. IWM, oh, that's not IWM. IWM giving up some of its strength, but still holding off of its lows. It's also still holding above the 196s, which is kind of my big trigger for more bears to step in on bigger time frames. SPX through the floor and pretty much to the bottom of this inside candle. If you go to the daily here, we'll just do a different chart so you can see it easier. So here it is here, and then here's the inside candle. We're not at the bottom of it. What the hell am I talking about? We just broke through the top of it is what I should be saying. And then if you go from here to the impulse, still rejecting. Yeah, that was the fib we had earlier. Okay. Cool. It's just cool to backtest it a little differently, or have it on on like a naked chart is what I call it. So you can have it more in a simplistic view. You don't have to worry about like, oh, all these different levels and zones and stuff. Like, no, it's just nice to delete everything and see it from the daily, and then maybe just draw like 1 or 2 levels to see something important from maybe just the past few days, or like a candlestick pattern you see, and then zoom down to the smaller time frames again. It's nice to have that chart on the side as well. AFRM, yeah, we can definitely look at AFRM as well. Let's just start looking at some charts now. SPY's made it down here, so I'm probably done updating this one for a little bit, just because it's already made a lot of its move to where I was expecting it. Real quick, let me get a screenshot from my Discord real quick, and then we'll go over Ulta, we'll go over TXN, and then we're going to go over AFRM. Oh, look, see, even my Discord closed. How nice. Sorry for all the typing. That is what keyboards do. Alright, let's go over some stuff now. I took some Nike Daffy, all that dogs. Thank you, brother. No problem, man. We're gonna go over it. Alright, start with Ulta. Alright, let's speed through these. I'm gonna clear it all so you guys get the full view. I don't want to like go to this chart and it's already charted, then you guys be like, well, it's only like that because you already had it done. I want to show you everything. I want to show you literally everything. Wow, just instantly real quick though, I want to, it's fun to draw randomly. Like you have this supply from right here, from this peak, you have a supply from right here. They held the top of the old supply, which you just removed that one. They held the top of the old high. Fake out, closed in range, higher low of that fake out. And I hate drawing trend lines, but I think we all see that there was a trend change there. Like I said earlier, instead of making another lower high, they decided to make a new higher high. Did it again here, and now they're holding outside of this high, so you're probably more focused on just this. Oops. Probably focused on more about this than anything, not this one, considering it was invalidated now. But if you like to leave that there and make that your focus, or draw the new one, which would actually only be about right here, you definitely can, because this is the supply of the recent high right here. So one, you're looking for a short-term hold of this. If you're bullish, if it ends up cracking that, you're looking to see, does the old supply still hold, which isn't that big of an area. So that would be just a short-term view of that. And see, that's what I'm talking about. Like, you should be able to chart it from recent price action as well as the usual methods, going out to the monthly, drawing your monthly emerging candles. You know, use your tools. Someone seeing these for the first time is like, what the hell is he grabbing? We could do weekly supply and demand, but I think I am just going to go back to what we were doing, because you'll see the all-time high supply on the weeklies up here. You have a little bit of a demand right here from right before it went up, and we're in that right now, so it's going to be too big to look at. You have an old supply right here, which they actually held as demand recently. So if you want to do your weekly and just for the outer range, and then go to the daily and do more recent supply and demand, you definitely can. But it looks like they held from a very historical monthly emerging candle that did not close under. So very, very strong show of hands by buyers at the right part of the chart. They built a higher low, inside candle, positive print, negative print, positive print over new highs. And that's your confirmation that the inside bar is holding. And with the monthly emerging candles, we can see they actually made it up to the next area. So it kind of lines up with what we just said. We're either looking for a retest here, and they go hit this. They could reject this again. They could pop through this. I definitely have to leave Ulta on this list now. Great job. That is a very clean chart. All right, let's go to TXN. See, we're going to pump through these. TXN, blue zone. So I have not charted this in forever, but it looks like the zones are still holding. What did I draw? Weekly demand, just an in-between area, supply, the highs on the daily. These are probably daily zones. Huh. Okay, so it looks like I probably drew it a long time ago exactly how I'm probably about to draw it now. But let's do the same thing we did. Let's look at just the daily, just the recent price action, and then we'll go back and we'll do everything I just did. So just off recent, I like to look at the recent pump, the recent high, you know, where we are now, and just kind of take it all in. So recent highs, definitely have a little bit of supply here. Looks, actually, hold up. Let's start over. Story left to right. So we have our market move up here. So we have a demand here. Higher low of the demand. We get a new high. They end up holding the new high. They hold the new high. Same way we just saw on that Ulta chart. Sorry, brain farting. Nice move up. Looks like they made a little bit of a slowdown here. Failed to hold that new high. That's a trend for this chart. You can see it there instantly. They made a new high. Or we'll just do this. They made a new high right here, and then pulled back, and then when they went up, failed to hold it. Very nice breakdown under, very nice pullback to this recent low right here. And then they do it again. You can see they made a new low, failed to pump, got back in range. Made a new low, failed to pump, got back in range. Very strong Morningstar bullish kicker pattern right here, by the way. Very, very clean. Got the gap down, got the gap up, got the wick under, and it opened entirely over the previous day. Very, very strong candle in that candle. Then they do it again, just like this. They get over this recent high, so we'll delete this and this. They get over this recent high, which again, this would be the supply. The demand would actually be right here. They make it back over, they make a new high, little tweezer top pops up, little inverted hammer, and then they close right back under again. Just like this candle, they close out of range again. So they're having a hard time holding new highs, but it looks like they're also having a hard time holding new lows. Ever since this pump here, whatever caused this, looks like earnings caused this latest dip. So I guess really what you're looking at for short-term supply and demand, you're looking to see, does this candle hold? And if so, buyers can get back in here short-term, and this would be a great position chart for them. You can see once and twice did a very good job from these lows, but did not get a good continuation after that. So that's really what this chart's good at. It's good at getting the initial move, but no continuation. But let's clear this though. We got a clear picture of recent price action. We'll go to the monthly now. And let's get our emerging candles drawn. That already looks like crap, just looking at it from this. You see how it has a level right here, here, and here? It's like up against it as an impulse move and then like rejecting it. This almost feels like a really early on lower high before a continuation down. Just looking at the monthly, just instantly seeing that. Patterns with positioning. Let's go to the weekly. Let's try to get like a range of some sort. So we'll go from here. I'm going from the low of that candle. And you're supposed to go to the top of the last red candle to show there's demand there. But I'm just going to include my bigger time frame level and leave it there. And then let's do the same thing here. I was going to do it down to the bottom of this, to the open of this green candle from the all-time high to give myself an all-time high supply where sellers are. But I want to include those two levels. So let's just zoom it on down to that. And now we have an overall range to look at. So let's go to the daily again. And you can go way back here and draw price history. I'm just focused on recent for this. You can see really good basing here. Good breakdown, good retest away. Good breakdown, retest away. Make it down to here again. They slow down, they build a higher low, they grind up, which this is hard to track. Grind up moves are very hard to follow, but they're very possible. Who missed the train on EMPH? I didn't miss no train. Oh, it's up 4% now, yeah. I ain't even complaining. I shorted that. I'm not going to be mad that it's up now. That'd be a little weird, wishful thinking. Alright, but let's add TX into this. I'm liking the picks. Let's look at AFRM now. Also, guys, and you can do this to any of these tickers. It'll also coincide with what I've been talking about. And if you've been a fan of the channel for a long time, you know what the EMA system is. Everybody's done this, but we use these just for patterns with positioning. You know, there's rules to this shit. So if you're looking over the 9, you aim for the 21. You're going over 9 and 21, you aim for the 55, so on and so on. But it's just nice to look at and have as an extra look. You should still focus your supply and demand. You should still focus your levels, but these are an extra thing you can add on top of it. So if you want to also do that, you can. Or you can look for extra pattern breaks. Let's look at AFRM now. I was just really reminding that in case anybody felt like I was deleting that. No, you can definitely use the EMA system still. Man, we already have levels on all these charts. It looks so damn good. I clearly have not charted this in a long time. I can't tell you the last time I had zones that look like this. I'm going to go back to that. That looks so clean. Alright, let's delete this. Actually, wait, I want to review it a little bit more. Really important lows right here. It's another one of those charts that has long basing but really powerful moves. So we'll go to the monthly, and we can instantly see we cannot draw this the usual method. So we're going to just go straight to the daily time frame. Not even going to worry about anything else. And I'm instantly interested in these lows over here because I know that they line up with the recent highs that were made right here. So I'm kind of just focused on all-time supply and demand to see what's really been going on in this chart. So let's do the eves. We can see the chart's base. We can see it's moved up. We can see it's broken that base. So we're more focused on the eves of this leg down. So we can honestly just zoom into right here. And if you want to do this for fun practice, you can. We're going to just be going from the high to the open of the last green candle. Wow, that color is bright. Never mind, we are not doing that. That was way too bright. Save as default. There we go. No wonder I changed. To the open of the last green candle to create a supply. You do another one here. I'm not going to though. I'm going to space it out. Got another one here. Oops. 2025. Lower high, break, high of the move before the breakdown. Got another one here. Rejected. I guess I could say another one's right here. Kind of a small ass one though. Got another one right here, and then demand. The low of the move to the top of the last red candle. And then I probably should add that one, but I think I'm going to leave it. Nah, I'm not. Let's add it. Those are so easy to draw. Now we can look at current price. It looks like I'm still missing something. Oh, what the hell am I doing? Yeah, that one. Okay, so that invalidated this. This is the one we have to focus on. So the high of the move to the open of the last green candle. There we go. Okay, this is going to look a lot better now. I was wondering why it was so off. That makes sense, though. I skipped a step. Okay, yeah, look. That's where the recent high got rejected. Cool. If you want to add levels around those zones, you can. Wow, that is so clean. Seriously, it went up to it, made a bearish engulfing. Inside candle, inside candle, inside candle. Kind of an inside candle, rejected top. Look, this would probably start flipping sentiment and make people think like, okay, this is going up. And then they get a crow pattern. It opens lower than the previous day close and past the previous day low. That is a very strong reaction. So you have two things now telling you, hey, bears are here at this level. You know, so this could have been your entry, not this one. That would have been impossible to enter on that one. And if you didn't get this one, you have to wait for a lower high. So if you go from the high of the move to the impulse move, then they came in and gave you a Very big wick against that halfway point. Crow, crow, no crow, didn't hold the new low, so buyers are probably present as of that area. It's probably smart to mark this low. And I'm going to leave that fib. But it looks like AFRM buyers did slowly retake this chart above 41.44, giving them a lot better probability of holding here and going hitting their head against this area again. If, of course, they do keep holding this low and this low. If they fail these two, there's definitely a lot more selling coming into this chart. Let's add that one too, though. Why not? Good looks, though, guys. Everybody, seriously, good chart suggestions. Ulta, TXN, AFRM. It was actually very fun to chart all three of those. Both with recent price action as well as longer price action. Older price history is what I should be saying. Let's go check on SPY. I've been kind of talking a lot for the last 20, 30 minutes. Let's see what the market's doing. And, ooh, they are still selling. 5-day, 5-minute. We'll zoom it out a little more. Good job, Daffy. They're up over 30% on their Nike play. Good job, Eric, reminding everybody what to watch next on his demand zone he has there. God, the levels are so clean. I knew I was lagging when Bueller posted a screenshot on Discord before he took it on stream. And that's a very good indication of like, oh hey, I'm probably behind. That's funny. Good morning, Creator. Everybody say good morning, Creator. Remember to share the stream around, guys. Drop a like on the stream. Tell us what you're looking at. It is a full day stream, and meaning that we're going to the close, not full day. So we'll be streaming from market open to market close. I would do some giveaways, but we already did way too many last week. We did what? I think there was over 60 or almost 70 gifted memberships last week in total. Towards the end of the week, I think most of them, of course, were by Rambo. Gave away some courses, gave away a lifetime membership, gave away a lot of courses, honestly. Daffy, what are you doing? Oh my god, did Oxy hit 60? That's the only reason he would do that. It didn't hit 60. Wait, what am I missing? Daffy, what the fuck? Alright, here, I'll show y'all what I'm seeing. He gifted 10. V-Dub, Christian, Jagar. Wait, where am I looking? Motivation Healing, Portuguese Wolf, El Chevo, Brandon, Bendu, Pankaj Singh, Sorry if I'm saying your name wrong. I'm probably saying that completely wrong. Corey. I think that's all of them. Even though Oxy didn't hit 60, I gotta support my peeps. You're crazy. Dude, thank you, Daffy. And I seriously hope all of you... here, I'll take a screenshot of it. You're crazy, Daffy. I instantly went to check Oxy just remembering what he said. But seriously, thank you, Daffy, and I hope if you guys got one of the gifted memberships, I hope you take advantage of it. Nike on the move, Daffy spamming it, as well as already posted a play in chat. Creator is due. Oh, creator is beyond due. He said there's absolutely no way I have gifted memberships on. I'm thinking the same thing. Maybe go find the setting and go turn it off and then back on again. I know that sounds like some crazy maintenance, but maybe see if that helps, because, you know, sometimes YouTube's just a little slow. Daffy is a goat. No, seriously, he is. He is the greatest. Put another quarter in your modem. Oh, that's funny. And yeah, don't worry about it. I have the news up. I'm just waiting on, you know, news to come out. The crude oil news did come out, though. Daffy is correct on that. That happened 10 minutes ago. You have the Boeing earnings call. We got the auction, which we don't really care about that one. And then we have the interest rate decision at 1 o'clock my time. 1 o'clock rate statement. And then, of course, as usual, 30 minutes after the rate statement, we get Jerome Powell, which this is honestly the big catalyst of the day. It's not even really the rate statement or anything here. It's really the toning of everything. Do they sound like they're going to cut in March, or do they sound like they're going to tell us to go F ourselves and we're not going to be cutting at all until the second quarter of the year? We'll see. So that's really what the focus is today. And then, of course, briefing. I'll go over this a couple times today. But if you want an understanding of what's happening in the market today, this is an awesome website to just look at this moving the market part right here. This is my favorite part because it gives you a very quick explanation of, hey, what's going on. I love this website so much. Oh, whoops. Where's YouTube? There it is. I give up. Dude, yeah. Jagar, no problem, man. Daffy is a real one. But Jagar, and anybody, I need to honestly do this more. Anybody who is new to the channel, who's been recently gifted a membership or has signed up on their own, click on the membership tab right here. And if you lose your membership, you can just come back here and, you know, click on it again. But we upload videos here almost every week. I'm not going to say like I'm really been good about it, but I do upload a weekly watch list every single week. And I think we have 93 videos in here. I think it was 92 because I made one public and then I uploaded another one the other day. So it's back at 93, I believe. But I hope you guys enjoy a lot of the content in here. Hope you enjoy all the videos, all the weekly watch list. Something that's kind of cool that you can do is just kind of start from the bottom. I won't do it so I don't leak anything, but at the bottom there, you can start with some of the basic videos, like how to set up your TOS and how to make it look just like mine, or how you can make it look however you want it to. You can adjust any colors you want. It's really all I go over. Some settings, we go over all kinds of stuff there. And then really just all the basics of the system. So if you want to start from the beginning, be my guest. But I hope you guys enjoy the content. And that's really what is crazy about Daffy's donation. It's not that he gifted money. It's the fact he just gave 10 people a chance at looking at those videos for about a month, which is a crazy long time, because I'm not going to sit here and say you could definitely finish them all, but you could definitely get through a large majority of them, if not all of them, in that amount of time. CLF is moving? Yeah, CLF is kind of insane. This chart's a little nutty. There's Zim. EMPH, thank you for opening lower. Thanks for doing this, so I didn't have to participate in this. See, if I would have entered that short, I would have lost all those profits. Glad I waited to re-enter. Probably look at that one again in a couple days. And then, of course, our new additions to the watch list. SPY is through that next level, by the way. This was my main target for the game plan. If you guys were in here today, all we went over was that bears were in complete control from the open, and that bulls could retake over this gray area. If not, then we have to see this as a bearish retest, and that's what happens. You know, getting the retest, they push it lower, they push it lower, they exited under pre-market low, and ever since then, if you take a fib from the pre-market low, the last level to break, to the low of the lowest green candle that first appears, the first slowdown, and you can do this to the upside as well, you get a hidden retest. We actually didn't go anywhere from here. We had this open here, they dump lower, they close lower, they close lower, they close lower, and then we finally get the new low, and then they retest away from there, and here we are through the next level. So you can see how it's hard for me to sit here and say, guys, get into more puts, guys, get into more puts, when we've already called out 2 bearish retests and a huge target has been hit. So that's my big reasoning on today, on why you probably won't see me call it another SPY play till we have FOMC pop up, PAL pop up. But very good job if you paid attention in today's stream. Those were 2 very large opportunities. Control Z, Control Z, Control Z, Control Z, and we'll keep our chart clean. Let's check out the triple Qs. I see they're down about 1.6%. I just want to see where are they going. I just want to see from this level to this level where are we at. Okay, 417.50. So we didn't even get to halfway point of the range, but we got close. Here's what Leland just posted too. He said bounce here seems likely. He's talking about between the 486. Oh, my bad. He's on SPX. 480.65 to the 4881. That range is where he's looking for a potential buyer or a base build, which means we could get a low, we could get a fake wick under, impulse move, then they build a higher low from that, and then that's where they get their move. So could be a while, but good post, Leland. He is correct. How are some of our individual weights doing? Apple, Microsoft, AMD, Avgo, Nvidia making a new low. Eesh. Tesla holding up fairly well considering. Ooh, that hurts. All right. The dollar did pick up a little bit. I think the 10-year slowed down, but it's kind of hanging around its recent lows. IWM hanging around its recent lows. Pretty much everything is hanging around its recent lows. 10-year, IWM, SPX, triple Qs, and SPY. All right, let's make this a little easier to look at. Here we go. Sometimes it's hard when you get that lower open. It's hard to show. I like to show the previous levels and the previous price action, but it's hard when the price action isn't even on the screen. Yeah, Mel's okay. He's just saying that it sucks to see this because And Mel's smart for this, but Mel missed out on some of this. But that's because there wasn't really that many clean entries for new trades. Like if you had swung or if you had gotten in on this retest or the break, then you had no problem holding this. But if you didn't get those, then it was kind of hard to get in on that because that wasn't like the clearest hidden retest drop. So that's all Mel's saying is FOMO. But no, Mel's fine. Mel's gonna kick today's ass regardless. I will take the kids to their dentist appointment. I will catch you all later. See you later, Daffy. Be safe, man. Hopefully the kids don't freak out at the dentist. He said, peace, Daffy. Make sure to keep pumping Nike for us. Tesla high of day. Good call out, Chuck. You're the man by Eula. You too, Baros. You too. Glad to have you all here. Oh, yes, I know. I was just messing with him. Sorry. Oh, no, you're good, Maddie. You're good, man. You're good. It's good to check on your homies in here. I was just explaining Mel in case somebody didn't understand what was going on. Let me tell you guys this. If you hesitated today, it was better to do it today than on a day where you don't even have this news. If you had done it on a day where there wasn't news, I would just say that you're a scared trader. But if you did it today, I can at least give you that extra reassurance that, okay, maybe you had a plan to not trade or to not be as effective today. That I could totally take. By the way, you have an inside bar on the 5-minute on SPY. Did anyone beat me to that call out? Let's see who else sees it. At 105? Okay, a couple people did see it, too. Bought some new Tesla 205 calls for next week at 105. Keep going. Let's Kevo. Good job, Kevo. Stick to your plan, Kevin. You've been doing great these past couple weeks. I was about to say a couple days, and then I wanted to say weeks, so I said wakes. Oh, Kevo, looks like you're not alone. I see username and Leland both posting Tesla on the trade floor. They even have the same contract. No hesitation, just bad entries and plays, but we make it back. Okay, yeah. My bad, I was reading that wrong. Here, we'll go to Tesla for a second. I know a bunch of you guys are watching that one. Yes, I did step away. I'm here, though. No stop loss, word to the duck. Can you explain how to trade inside bar on smaller time frames, please? Yes, Fake Mojo. Well, I want to link you something. I'd rather link you the entire explanation because it's like I don't want to cover this and then miss something, you know. But in my explanation of this video, this is probably one of the few. You've probably heard me say this before, but I hate scripting my videos. Like I hate going over stuff and then recording myself. Like I just like to do it live because you get a more natural me. But sometimes it is nice to organize a video. But in this video, the inside bar video, it covers exactly what you just asked for. Share, copy link. Oh, and you're a member. This works perfectly for you. Does that link show or no? Let me know. But that video is how to chart and trade the inside bar. So I show you what to chart, all the basics of it, and then everything else with it. That gravestone doji really set the tone. It shows? Okay, cool. But that link is for members only. Because it's only on the course and it's only for my YouTube members. It's a hidden video because it really is one of my better videos. And it really is something we trade off of a lot. So I hold it dear to my heart because it is very, very strong. It's very powerful information. And it coincides with Leland's outside bar information very well too. So after you're done with that one, definitely check that one out. Which the outside bar is a little bit more complex. But if you're just now getting into this, I would definitely start with the inside bar. The inside bar is very easy to understand. It's very easy to chart. And the levels just make sense. Let's zoom in here a little bit on SPY though. And thank you guys. We're almost at 50 likes on today's stream as SPY is making a new low. But yeah, Mojo. Just in short though, Mojo. I'm trying to think of an example. Meta. Oh, I have it charted. Cool. So, Meta. Let's start with this one. So, here's this day. You have the high and the low. The high, the low. And then this day, trades within it. So, you have an inside bar. Essentially, what you're looking for are trades from this level to this level and trades from this level to this level. But sometimes, like in this instance, these levels are very close. So, you might as well just combine them and wait for a move outside of both of them or a move on top of them. Whether you see base building and then a higher low build back up. You know, it's just very powerful levels to trade from. So you can really trade anything from it. Whether you get a breakdown or a hold in a base build and higher low step in, or you get a rejection with lower highs, or you just take a quick scalp from here to here, or you're looking outside of it. You know, whatever it may be to another level. You know, in this case, you would draw it like this, and then you draw emerging candles, which you don't have them here, of course, but you just have extra targets, and then you can add your BB system with your previous day levels, your pre-market, your current day levels, you know, and then adding all that together creates a system of high probability levels that are most likely going to get hit. Now, it doesn't matter what direction or how far, but it just, you know, it gives you good opportunity is all we're looking for. It gives you a chance of seeing really good trades across your screen. I know that's like a weird way of saying that, but come on. But in short, that's what you're looking for. And I know I just showed you on the daily, but you apply those levels to this time frame. Like right here. Oh, it's holding a higher low here. Awesome. We'll take some risk here. Let's take some profits at this high. If it breaks down, I'm out under the low of this wick or at today's open. You know, just small game plans like that. And then, oh, it pumped into it. Awesome. I'm taking most of my profits. Let's see if I can get to that gap. If not, I'm going to leave a stop at the high of this move, and we'll see if it fails under. Within 10 minutes, it failed under, so you're out of your runners. You know? So it's just about making good game plans at good parts of the chart And what most people don't understand are where are the good parts of the chart. Sometimes it's me going off of the inside bar. Sometimes it's none of these levels. It's the emerging candles in previous day levels with our supply and demands. You know, it just depends. So you can see, though, you'll pretty much always end up with the same plan, though, whether your levels are off by a few cents or not. All right, guys, give us the hold over 486.80s. Let's see if buyers can step back into the chart today. A good question, Mojo. Hi, thank you for the gifted membership. I just read my email now. Oh, nice. Yeah, that was Daffy. Daffy gave it to you. Congratulations, though, Motivation. Glad to have you here. Oh, Maddie, I didn't even see you answered that. Good job, Maddie. Have you seen how disgusting Apple Weekly is? Yes, sadly, I have. Let's look at it together. So here, I'll start off with my story first, then we'll see the weekly. So on the weekly watch list this week, and I'm going to pull this up on stream. I never do this. I need to do this more, because these watch lists are no joke. Apple. So here on Apple this week, I said Apple has left supply, a seller-controlled area. Next thing to watch for is if this move gets a retest under 193, 194 to see further downside. A retake of 194s can cause buyers to push towards 196s and 200s again. So what do we have today? Well, hold up. What candle was that at? That one, right? The third red one. 1, 2, 3. So 3 red days all since then. They could not hold 194s. They could not get over it. They did not show any control of buyers at anywhere. Now at this point, at this candle's point, you probably were short-term bullish, like, okay, it might pop here, but it just left supply with the lower high, so you really got to wait till you see an actual green candle appear before flipping bullish. So you shouldn't have been in calls here. End up dumping lower, and now we're actually at 185.60s, which is crazy, because I think when I was going over this, I was more or less thinking like, okay, we'll go down and touch 188s, 189s, you know? That was my game plan. I did not think, oh, we'll go through this and go hit 185. Because that's pretty far. Yes, Faith, I hear you. Sorry, that was my dog. Let's go to the weekly now. But that was my game plan this week. And yes, it's funny how this looks too, because we shorted Apple a long time ago. This one. We shorted this, and this is pretty identical to it. You have this huge shadow over top of the small body candle. It's pretty much just a doji. And then you end up getting this huge red gap down after, and then they tank down to the next area of support. That's kind of what this is giving off. This is giving off those same vibes of like, all right, we've had 1 slowdown, 2 slowdown, really big shadow over top, and now we're gapping down, and we're getting a big red candle to follow it. Not just one or the other. We're getting everything at once. So very interesting chart, and it does look like they want to try to retest this overhead supply that is turn demand. Which we'll go back to the daily so you can see this a little easier. I know there's a lot of labels, so it's hard to see all the time. I'm trying to zoom in for you. But overall, it looks like they will most likely want to test this area or build a higher low from this area, so we'll see. Yeah, I have been definitely looking at that a lot. Oh, buyers are still stepping in. Good sign. Let's see what else was said in here. I have the same for Tesla. At Gray Center reverse at the tone. BA working that gap. Yeah, BA is kicking ass right now. What's up, Rambo? How you doing, man? Yeah, they're back into the 210s. I shorted them a couple times on the way down, but I knew not to go through 200s. Like, don't bet on puts and then hold it through 200, because it's just, you really got to see a break first. Just like I was saying for upside confirmation, same thing for downside confirmation. Like, we really didn't have anything saying this was going more. And look at today's candle on Boeing now. If you were in puts yesterday, you'd be fucked. We went to 211s. With room above their head, too. Yeah, that one's kicking ass. CLF kicked ass. I think we had one down here that was doing great. Zim. I knew about that one. Bunch of really good watches, too. And I hope to see more of you guys pay attention to some of those weekly watch list breakdowns. It's not about taking extra plays, but it is nice to just kind of have that beforehand breakdown, and then whenever you see it live, you can try to take a trade or just mental trade it, get a good mental rep. And then afterwards, the most effective part, in my opinion, is reviewing it all. You know, seeing, okay, this is what I planned before, this is what I did during, and this is the after effect. Like, let me really understand what's going on here. So you get the full effect by doing the before, the during, and the after. You know, I could have drawn more zones here, but I didn't, because I was like, we're not going to go that far today. But it's funny, because I literally drew this morning, the low of pretty much just that big red candle right there. Add a couple days to it. And it's funny that that's where that's picking back up at. Again, when we draw our lows of demand, our previous day low demand, we're going from the low of the candle to the top of the last red candle before the reversal back up. And you can see the move came up, they held a higher low, and they reversed from here. So we're going to definitely add that candle. It was funny, this morning I drew that, and I was like, we won't go that far. And it looks like it would have been very advantageous to have that drawn. But we kind of already had the area mentioned, so not the end of the world. Buyers have shown up short term, though. We'll see if this continues. And thank you guys for over 50 likes on today's stream. Over 200 people have already clicked on today's stream, and we have not even been here for a complete 2 hours yet. Very, very awesome. Daffy already gifted 10 memberships today, too, which is crazy. The amount of memberships that have been gifted, donated, given away, all that stuff. The memberships we've given, the lifetime membership we gave out. It's crazy how many giveaways we've had in here. So, seriously, happy for all of you. I hope you guys are taking advantage of the information. And I'm happy to have you here. Ew, I sold BA too early. I was down and cut loss, but oh well. All good, Kevin. We know you're going to get that back anyway. Vic's above 14. Bueller, somebody grab this, man. Vic's above 14. You know what that means, man? It's market rigging time. Good job on Daffy that he took a YOLO play in the reason over risk channel with longs. Good job taking that confident play. Yo, good stuff, Eric. Wow, Leland, you really called that bottom, didn't you? Jesus. Three green candles since you said that. It's like, whoa, wait, does he know what he's talking about? Now, let's see if this impulse move slows down or not. It looks like it's wanting to right here, but what you want to see is this first impulse move. You want to see this first green move. You don't want to see this go up to the moon. What you want to see is a higher low from this, or a double bottom, and then you want to get the move that's above. Oh, come on. Then you want to get the move that's above that. If that's where we slow down. If this turns green, you ignore what I just said, but same details. Ah, fool. Yeah, looks like a micromanagement mistake, but still, it looks like you got a good rep out of it. And here's a fun question while we watch to see if SPY continues to go up or holds this impulse move or comes down to see if we get the double bottom. But where is everyone from? Are you guys, what country are you from, or what state are you from if you're in America? But what country are you from if you're not? And if you don't want to share, you don't have to share. You don't have to share a single thing with me. But if you want, you can. I'm from Texas, so I'll go ahead and start it off. Which you probably should have picked up from me saying y'all all the time. Y'all, y'all'd. Y'all is like 50 different words to people like us down here. Michigan, nice. New Hampshire. Wyoming, Cali, South Dakota. Jackson, Florida, nice. Okay. Jacksonville, Florida. Raised in Michigan, living in Florida. Yeah, Florida's actually kind of kick-ass. I won't ever say to Sherman, but Florida is pretty nice. From Ghana and West Africa, but live in KS. Oh, nice. Okay, so you've really been everywhere. Man, how was that trip? Was that when you were younger, or when you were a lot older you came over? California. Peach State, nice. Been in Florida for 4 years. Grew up in, I want to say Missouri. I swear to God if that's Montana. No, Missouri would be MI. No, that's Mississippi. No, that is Missouri. There's too many M states. Wisconsin. Riverside. Okay. North Carolina. Rainbow is ready for that one. The days are much better down here. I bet. San Diego. You were born there. You were born in Ghana. Lived in London. Growing up here for college. Met my wife and have been here ever since I graduated. Wow, that's a really awesome story. No, React's in California, I think, right? Yeah, he's in Cali. You grew up in many states. California, 0 to 18. Oh, he's in Florida. Y'all must have, there's two Riversides then. Cool. I just wanted to see where everyone's from. Very cool. Leland didn't respond because he's from a factory. They make people like him at a Google shop. I think I've heard about it. Robotics, AI. Yeah, that's where Leland's from. A factory. He's got a serial code on his neck. What was the question? Oh, nothing, Leland. No, I didn't ask any prompt question. There's no need. I didn't type the command for the AI to respond, so you're good. Cannot compete. Yeah. Leland AI. That's going to be a thing one day. Hello, world. Yes. Yes. Coding jokes. They're totally allowed here. Only like 3 of us will get it, and I will probably only understand 2% of the jokes. It's funny y'all brought that up. I'm going to send Leland a screenshot of what I was working on last week. Origin. Well, guys, we have 2 hours and 43 minutes until the interest rate news, FOMC and all that, and then 30 minutes after that, we'll have Jerome Powell. So we got a little bit to kill, a little time to kill. It looks like the buyers have showed up completely, not just bouncing a little bit, but actually getting about $1 move from that low to this high right here. Heading to Arizona Monday, looking very forward to some warmer weather. Yeah, what do y'all recommend? What do y'all prefer? Do you like being cold or do you like the hot? Do you like the heat or do you like the cold? I would have made a SQL command as a joke, but it might take up half the chat. Time for an early lunch break. We'll be back if I need to see if things get rocking early before. Totally fine, Sandollar. I get it. If anybody wants to take a break, this is the time to do it. I'm going to be here the whole time, so you can chill with me if you want. But, yeah, it's going to be pretty chill, laid back until all that stuff comes out later on. But really nice movement today. I'm not going to sit here and try to give anybody an easy out and make it seem like today was hard to trade. It really wasn't. You know, we talked about the two opportunities to the downside. Lee then brought up how this could get a bounce, and we're still looking for a better passive opportunity as a higher low from here. So nothing crazy yet, but really good movement is what I'm trying to get at. It's not like we didn't move at all today. So I really don't want to see anybody complaining. If you missed out, that's one thing. Okay, that's one thing. But definitely can't sit here and be like, well, we didn't get any movement today. I don't know about that. Moved a lot, actually. I am from San Diego, currently live in Arizona. Is that where the Google factory is? Cold, hot, cold now because I'm 65. Cold, island vibes, but you know I like my seasons. I'm not gonna lie, I don't really care about it being cold or hot. I like both. But what I don't like is humidity. If I don't have any humidity, I'm a happy camper. In the cold or the hot. And when it is cold, man, it sucks when it's that wet cold. Wet cold sucks. Wet hot sucks. It's all sticky. If there's no humidity or very low humidity, either or is great. Don't come to North Florida in August then. Outside bar is awesome. Humidity and mosquitoes, nice. Yeah, they suck. I'll be visiting San Diego in April. Nice. Bueller would hate my favorite vacation spots. I mean, it's different when you're vacationing, but like if you're like nonchalantly just there and it's like super humid, that sucks. Like, if I'm enjoying myself, I don't think I'm going to care as much, but... Yeah. I don't know, being in Texas, like, it's like, you get your fair share of dry hot, but I don't think people understand, like, we get really humid hot here. So the feels like is always way more. Like, it could be, like, 100 outside. It'll literally feel like 120. It's crazy. That's more or less what I'm talking about. It's just, that shit sucks. It amplifies the weather you're already complaining about. I don't think I would live there, but I like working out there. Maddie said, so I'm visiting the land of the Lee. Yeah, we should do a meetup event and I'll just host it at Leland's house without telling him. That's what we should do. We should make Leland host it. The land of the Lee. Just watch out for his dogs. Oh yeah, he does have like an actual like army of dogs. They're all pretty chill though. Leland's children. Wait a minute, is that what I was taking? Oh no, it was on mine. Damn, Leland, we have 50 pins in our DM. I gotta delete something. There we go. 50 pin DMs in our DM. That's crazy. Yo, Maddie, you have no idea what you just tagged me in. That's probably my favorite episode of The Sopranos from my favorite season of The Sopranos. When they couldn't catch that guy, that was hilarious. They were like losing their minds and they were like ketchup packets and putting carpet over them to stay warm. It was hilarious. That is by far one of the best. Like when I think of Sopranos, that's my brain goes to Paulie and Chris sitting inside of that van. That's where my brain goes when I think of Sopranos. Nah, Sopranos is goated. That's top 5 show. Top 5 show. Easy. Yeah, mix it with the relish. God. Sopranos is so good. If you've never seen Sopranos, I highly recommend it. It is so good. On all fronts. Oh, honestly, the other funny thing was when Paulie got that painting of Pai O Mai, the horse, and then he put it was Napoleon or like some British general or something there, and he put Tony there instead of the original general or whatever. So he made him look like a real official capo. Like that was pretty funny. And then it was like seasons later. I remember watching that episode and nobody found it. And I just in the back of my mind, I was like, when is this painting gonna get found? And it was like another season or two later, it popped up and it was like Tony checking out Paulie's apartment or whatever, and he sees it in there and he was like, "What the hell?" Rips it off instantly. I mean, it did look cool though. I'll give Paulie that. I didn't think it was that stupid. I thought it was kind of cool. But yeah, that was pretty funny. Yeah, if we had one of my friends, Harrison, here, he could probably sit here and give you a lot better of a visual on all of those scenes. But yeah, Sopranos is goated. That's all I gotta say. I can't ask y'all about y'all's shows or movies because we already talked about that last week. I gotta think of different questions. Oh, okay, here's an interesting question, and it's actually stock related. What colors do y'all have your candlesticks as? Like, you see how mine are red and green, and a long time ago I used to do like pink and blue and all that stuff. Some people do black and white. Some people just do the same color for everything. What is your what are your candlesticks color? Do you just do green and red? Do you do anything different? Do you do anything special? White up, white down, white background. Jesus, you just straight up stare at a white screen. White up, white down, white background. Black candles, black background. I don't want to see anything going on. Red, green, red, green, red, green. Black and white. Black and white's pretty normal too. Christmas colors. Red and green give me meat sweats. Jesus. That's funny. Red and green gets my heart pumping. Gets my heart racing. That's funny. I was just curious if anybody had anything weird. Looks like Leland's just a 1 of 1. Oh, Fool is a genius, dude. How are you making these jokes? He said Leland only uses .csv data. That's why it's that color. Because it just goes through his brain. He doesn't actually have to see it. Genius response. Scott said, React. Elaborate for me, bud. He said red and green stress him out, instant sweats. Hey, whatever works for him, though. I mean, he changed it to black and white, so I mean, if that works for him. Black and white's pretty clean, actually. I might have to try that out. I'd have to change my background to gray. I remember for the longest time, my Thinkorswim, the only thing I wanted to edit was this right here. It kind of annoyed me how big these boxes are and how like they're colored a certain way. Which you can adjust some stuff, but you can't adjust everything. Alright guys, let's see. Do we get our potential high or low here? Oh, that is not what I wanted. There we go. From the low of the move, where we showed support was catching, to the high of the impulse move. Pause, LOL. Okay, yeah, pause. Everybody pause. Took it and out 8%. Good job, Mel. Regular colors, but I also stole the old BB chart colors for whatever I do want to switch up. Oh, okay, whenever you do switch up. Okay, cool. Yeah, I was just curious. Looks like you're all pretty normal. I was really waiting for someone to be like, yeah, I actually rock pink and yellow, or, you know, something weird like that. Which, you know, if that's something you have to do, whatever. If you ever have a friend who's colorblind and you know he charts, go mess with him. Change his colors. Chicken day. You're a chicken. God, BA is nuts. Oh, nice, Matty Clams. You weren't kidding. Yeah, that is kind of easy to look at, though. I think I think my main thing, that dark blue. I don't think any of you, or most of you, probably don't know who Jason is. But Jason is the person who runs, like, the cloud behind my server. As well as just other stuff. I mean, he does a lot for the server that's just not seen. But like the polls bot, like you guys know the polls bot in our chat, the bot that says like, are you green or red? That's him. That's not made unless it's with him. So But it was like an inside joke that was like one of his favorite colors. And then on Discord, believe it or not, he actually this nerd found the color code for that color and started rocking it for his own Discord role, for his charts, his levels, everything. I was like, dude, how did you even figure this out? Like, he sat there for like 20 minutes probably trying to figure out what color that was. And he found the exact color code. It was like R7007 or some weird number. But it made me laugh because of how hard he tried for it just to get that color. It is a clean blue though. It's like a crisp cut between purple and blue. But yes, even the blue has an inside. Not really a joke. I used to have an article saved that talked about the psychology of switching the colors of candlesticks helps take emotion away from trade and so on. No, that is true. It is true to some extent for some people. It's like what I said before though. It's like a personal preference thing. Like what might help you might not help someone else, you know, and everyone's just unique. So some people it messes with and then they switch the colors and then they don't ever think about it ever again. I think I was the same way in the beginning. I was trying to figure out what was I most comfortable with looking at. So that's definitely normal. Definitely normal. I still use the dark blue for previous day support and resistances, but those candle colors are from your old charts. That Jason blue hurts my eyes, makes me feel like I'm about to have a flashback. Oh, okay, fool sitting here making me look like the fool. I'm starting to think the fool is Jason. This has to be Jason, dude. For the longest time, this man talks like Jason. Fool, what did you say you do again? You're a Scientologist or something? I swear you talk like a programmer or a coder or someone in that realm. He doesn't talk like a normal person, though. You can open an image in Chrome, open DevTools, and there's an eyedropper built. Oh, what the hell? I didn't even know that. Nope, not that Jason. Did I guess your name? Is your name actually Jason? He said not that Jason. Does that mean you are a Jason? Hey, you've got his name. Alright, that's what you should change your name to. You could be Jason. There's nobody in here named Jason, dude. You could totally be him. You don't have to be the fool anymore. He's like, no, my name is Yay. Also, I'm a mechanical engineer and a software. See, I knew he didn't talk normal. He speaks too direct, like logically direct. It's weird. I don't know how to explain what I'm trying to explain. He doesn't speak like the rest of us, though. Which is a good thing. He's probably a lot smarter than most of us, a lot brighter. But that's pretty cool. I'm glad to hear we have an engineer amongst us. Damn, you're an engineer and the coolest name you could come up with was the Fool. I know you can do better than that. Now you have no excuses. Now I know you're beyond capable. Again, guys, thank you for over 50 likes on today's stream. Y'all got that up to over 50 very quickly. Yeah, he probably would. That's what his username should be. Rimraff. Oh, engineers are definitely street smart. I have one in my family as well. Rambo, are you really 65? You're not 65, right? Or did you mistype earlier? No? You're not? I was gonna say, like, 65 sounded kind of old. I didn't think you're... Like, in my head, you're, like, 30 years old. Okay. I was making sure. I saw you type again. I was like, wait, I gotta ask him that. You don't have to share your exact age. I was just like, there's no way this man's 65. Like, the way you talk, I was like, there's no way. And if so, it's like, you're the coolest 65-year-old I've ever met. I was gonna say, there's just no way. Alright, well, we're still holding this potential golden pocket, guys. This could be your high or low stepping in at 486.70s. I am a chart engineer, LOL, and a bear master, but not today. A bear master. Rambo. Pull up in a Lambo. That's still my favorite emoji. It's between that one, Jerome Powell, and then Mr. Fibonacci. Those are definitely the best three. Who broke Google? Earnings broke them, sadly. They're actually holding pretty well on their intraday. You know, if you erase this drop, you know, you're just looking at this, it doesn't look so bad. It's got the low, it's got the double bottom. Trying to build towards its previous impulse move. But yeah, they definitely fell off a cliff. Like Microsoft, AMD, they're down too, but damn, Google. 6%, that's a lot. We might go sideways until J Powell, huh? I mean, there's a chance. I'm not going to say sideways because we did fall and then fell more. So it really wouldn't be sideways. But from here, yeah, probably. I would say most likely. I'm not going to say yes or no, but most likely. Probably hold a higher low or double bottom from here. And then if you do get a move above this, I won't be surprised to reach this area and then try to keep it flat before the news comes out. But I also wouldn't be surprised if they kept it towards the lower half of the chart. But let's not try to delete opportunity. They still could give you really good breakdowns from here that invalidate to give us more bears. They could hold this, give us more basing, make it look good for bulls short term before news comes out. So there's still a chance that movement can happen here. But that is most likely what will happen. I'm just trying to keep a positive mindset, not get anybody hesitant or scared. 5 minutes, keep wicking. VIX is rigged. That's what we need next. We need like a VIX is rigged sign or something for an emote. A VIX emote. That's what we need. You're over here crying about market makers. You need to be sitting here crying about VIX. Is it above or below 14? VIX Vapo Rub. Jesus. Alright, well, they did close under the golden pocket. Let's see if they give you a fake out and a close over, or is this just going to dump more? Very possible. I hope you guys are enjoying some of the just simplistic levels. I didn't, of course, grab every single level that I could. I was really just focused on trying to keep it clean and plain and simple. Therefore, viewing it on a day like today, where you think a lot of craziness is going to happen, it doesn't affect you as much. The banks are losing current day open. Great call out by Matty Ice. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. That was quick. We knew about the golden pocket losing, but that was quick. Not just touching it, but breaking it. See if they get the continued hold under and the flush down towards the 485.40s, or if they are just going to wick it up here and give us that little bit of a fake out for a liquidity grab. Very possible. No number emojis? Is there really none? Let me look. We got the Hunnit emo. It's like the only number I see. Wow, that is weird. Look, they got a hammer. Oh, there is numbers. Oh, wait, never mind. I was mistaken. Never mind. Here you go. Here's your numbers. Just gonna do a 14 with emojis. I'm supposed to fast today, but I accidentally forgot right when I woke up and had a microwave sausage biscuit. I don't know if I still fast or no. Hey man, I won't tell anybody. That's between you and God. I am not gonna snitch. Nobody's snitching in here, right? We're not telling on Timmy. Yo, a sausage biscuit slaps though. That sounds so good right now. Mad respect, Kevo. I just saw your post in chat, man. If you're still in here, mad respect. I appreciate you for being like that, because too many times in chat do I see people posting just winners, and it makes other people think like, oh wow, they're kicking ass, and then they'll go and they'll bother that person, you know, and they'll beg them like, yo, please post your entries in chat more, please do this more, please do that more, and then it causes more pressure, you know, and we don't need to see people turn like that. So I'm also very happy to see Kevo post his losses. Been getting some huge wins lately, but I appreciate you for sharing your loss as well. And that and kind of like Daffy said, I was about to say it too, but that kind of makes you a winner in my head, because here you are able to take the hits and move on. You know, you're not sitting here crying about it, sitting here freaking out. You know, you knew the risk. Yeah, respect for Kevo for that. Because everybody loses. We all lose. Nobody just always wins. And gives you this false reality sometimes, and makes you feel like shit too for someone who is actually taking losses, and all you do is you look around and you see everybody just winning. Nobody's talking about the losses. It's like, well, makes you feel like shit. But that's why it's nice in this chat. Everybody's mostly open with what they're doing, and very open with the results of what they've done. But don't pressure each other. Give each other room to grow. What is this new trend of people walking into random people's houses? Is this not an easy way to get shot? I want someone's liquidity. Not today, Satan. Preach. I took the most idiotic entry. Just FOMO got me. Make sure to review. Very happy with both my entries today. However, 0 out of 2. Happy with myself for respecting stop losses. Hey, it looks like you had some plans that just didn't work out. You don't sound like you're too shook up about it. That's good. That's true trader strength. It's not just about how are you when you have winners. It's how are you when you're experiencing a loser as well. Does your demeanor change or what? LOL, anyone who follows someone else's entries and exits has a time delay that often messes them up. Yeah, that's been there, done that. Mel says, we all have FOMO, like no tomorrow the winner will sit tight. How many times? For me, it's like 1,000 times. Just gotta be patient. Always gonna see more opportunity. And that's what you really got to remind yourself too. It's like in the moment, it's impossible to notice like, oh my God, if I just wait, there'll be more opportunity. Or if I wait till tomorrow, or if I do this or I do that, you always forget it. Cause in the moment you're like, oh, I just lost that trade and I can't trade anymore. And you're sitting there freaking out. You just got to remind yourself, wait, just get a breather in, go walk or something, get some energy out of your system, anything. Exactly, tunnel vision. CJ said it really is a mind game sometimes. Carter said hindsight is a motherfucker. It is. But you also got to remind yourself hindsight, like having that knowledge, that awareness of yourself, and think about it like this. And Fool might be able to summarize this a little easier than me. But like think of yourself as like a data box, right? Of like you're like a computer, right? You're just collecting information. That's what you're doing by having hindsight a little bit. Like in the beginning, it's good to have hindsight. It's good to break down. It's good to review. It's good to look back at things because then you're collecting experiences. You're collecting opportunities. You're collecting things that have happened. You're collecting different routes, prices taken. You're collecting different scenarios, and you're building up your experience. Really, is what I'm getting at. And then over time, when you start to see it in real time, you're not doing it in hindsight as much, that's when you're starting to progress more, when you're starting to see those things in real time, not just when you go review. And that's really why I push reviewing so much. Reviewing in hindsight can be damaging as well if you do it the wrong way, or right way, I should say. But it can damage you if you sit there and you have wishful thinking, or if you're dreaming or you're hoping too much, instead of actually planning something, right? Where it's like, I'm going to buy calls if this does this. That's great. That's a plan. That's a conditional format you just set for yourself. If this does this, then I do this, right? That's a plan. But if you're not doing that process, and then you're adding and wishing and dreaming and hoping, you are going to end up in these scenarios. And I'm not saying you guys are doing this. I'm just saying in general. It'll become even more of a battle. And then the hindsight is damaging at that point. It's really not helping you if that's how you're thinking about things. So it's kind of a mindset thing, when you're going about reviewing and the hindsight of things and all that. Yeah. I love reviewing though. Stacking that mental capital, that's what it feels like to me. Like I feel like I'm just stacking experiences, I'm stacking up opportunities, I'm stacking up scenarios. Because some of the most famous traders, and I don't think a lot of people talk about this, but like a lot of your biggest traders, a lot of your most profitable traders, your not famous ones, your famous ones, all of them didn't really profit in the first 7 to 8 years of their trading. Some of these guys didn't start profiting till 10 years into their journey, which is funny because like a lot of us apply pressure to ourselves. Like we need to be profiting right now. This is my first 2 years. I need to be profiting right now. Like, no, you don't have to be. It's like it's funny because a lot of the most famous and most profitable, most successful traders, they don't profit in their first few years. They don't profit in their first almost 8 years. And it's because in that amount of time, they're growing by stacking those experiences, collecting the scenarios they've seen in front of them, figuring out what they want to aim for, what is the conditional formatting they want to apply themselves to, what direction do they want to stay in, you know. So it's a lot. It's a lot that goes into it. But I feel like you guys rush yourselves too much, and I'm the same way too sometimes. You know, it's like, I've been doing this for 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, 7 years. Like, I feel like I should be killing. Yeah, maybe you think you should, but let's not set expectations or anything like that. Like, it's good to have goals, but don't set an expectation in front of you that just doesn't make sense. You know, let's just try to take it as we can. You know, the stock market is a forever changing, moving object. It's going to be forever moving, so we need to be forever adjusting. What a great way to put it. Holy F, 7 years. That's, of course, that's Mel's answer. 100% been trading for nearly 4 years and have to keep reminding myself this. Definitely. It's hard. It's hard to remind yourself that. Like, I tell you guys hear this from me the most, I swear. It's not hard to get into trading. It's easy, right? It's very easy to get into trading. What is actually hard? Maintaining, staying on the same routine, doing the same thing over and over again, applying discipline over and over again. And that's why I say maintaining is the hardest part. It's not about getting into the trading. It's not about getting into the game. It's about staying in the game. Maintaining is by far the hardest part. By the way, you have a potential bearish retest here. You don't have a new low of day yet, but you do have an under break here of this golden pocket, which was supposed to be there. So you are still holding a double bottom, but you are not holding a higher low golden pocket at all. If anything, you've broken it, and now you're retesting away from it. So picking up chances that it does make a new low of day here. Now, if you can hold this area and hold this low, very good chance they try to hold here, base out, make it very boring for us to watch, and then maybe over time they get back over this control point and golden pocket that we originally drew, which was from the first impulse move. Four years, no profits, but 8 months with BB, and that's going to change. 8 months in here, that's such a long time now, which it's not, but at the same time it is, you know. Plus, I feel like you've been here very active too. You've been very engaging, so hopefully you're which, Chuck, I'm not saying hopefully, but I mean, it sounds like you're caught up, you know. It sounds like you're on the same page. You're where the rest of us are now, maintaining. And that's why I try to tell everybody, like, you're either starting out trading or you're maintaining. That's it. There's nothing else. There's no I'm done. There's no I'm maintaining, now I'm done, I'm a profitable trader, I'm successful, I'm done, I don't have to try anymore. No, you still have to try. Your most profitable traders still have to apply all that energy and focus every single time, just like the first time. Coming to a new year and still have 5 years to lose. Good job, Mel. Stay ahead. That's why I say, Mel, like when you and me were talking that one day, I was telling you, like, there's no need to, like, increase your risk until the next year. That, you know, that was a while ago. Of course, now it's the new year and you have scaled up. But I'm just saying, like, there's no need to, like, continue thinking about it like that. You could just stay on the same numbers you're doing right now and just keep doing that for a while until you really do just feel more naturally grown with everything you're doing, whether it's this type of entry or this type of entry or this is how you chart something, you know, just feeling comfortable and having a complete understanding and really just control of your own system, control of your own strategy. You know, that's really what we're getting at here. No new low of day. They are going to try to hold here. Let's see if they get us a buyer move back over the control point, which would be 486.94. Some traders never make a dime. Look at me. Been trading on and off since 2008. Hey, it's going to pick up though. Remember, we're trying to build good habits. Which put is better, BABA or BA in terms of chart? Which put is better, BABA or BA? I feel like that's a weird way of asking that question, but I'll take it. I would not short BA. If you've been here, you've heard me definitely say that. Just because they have a really nice impulse move back up. And I don't like the risk reward on BABA before earnings. I don't like either of those, to be honest with you. I guess BABA, but I don't really like either of them, to be honest.
I was gonna say I bet that fib lines up with that. I don't know. That's up to you, man. I'm not here to call out Baba or Boeing. I'm on a clear and better path. 100%, man. Definitely the case. I have the worst trouble keeping a routine, especially having to paper trade makes it feel like fake work wasted, but it's not. That's why, and honestly, I'm a huge promoter of not paper trading. Like, if you want to do it to learn the mechanics of your broker, that's great. But besides that, it's really gonna be hard, and that's why I hated it. To be honest with you, Carter, I couldn't stand paper trading because it was hard for me to maintain too, because it is fake, and the quotes you're getting are not realistic. Like, when you actually trade, those quotes are not going to move like that. They're not going to move as well as you see them do now. But mental rep, something you can do is track a real contract. Like you can go to the trade screen, just don't, like, if you're telling yourself I'm not trading right now, you don't have to. But I would track real quotes and then maybe just see, okay, this is where I'd enter, this is where I'd exited. Let's see what this did. You know, and even if you don't track it in real time, you can always go back and grab the code of that contract and see, all right, based on how I traded this chart, what did this contract do? Then you can go see, okay. And then you can start to realize, well, I'm going way too far out of the money now. I need to pull it back in some. I need to be closer to at the money than I've been doing. You know, maybe you're going too many strikes out. Your delta's only 0.05 or something. It's way too low. You know, so, you know, kind of tinkering, really. I've definitely noticed myself gaining more and more confidence with this system and only been here 3 months. Damn, only 3 months? Feels like a lot long. Like when Chuck said it and you right there, paper hands, only saying like a few months like that, like it blows my mind because in my head it feels like y'all been here for like a year. But I think it's just because I have a horrible sense of time doing all this. But still, it feels much more longer than that just because y'all are so interactive in here. Y'all like I know your name. Every time I see your name, that your profile pic kind of like pops up into my head before I actually see it. But I'm glad to hear that, seriously, and that's really what I try to tell people. I'm not here to promise you I'm going to make you money. I'm not here to promise you that I'm going to make you rich. I'm not here to give you those bullshit promises. But what I will promise you this is that if you follow the system, and I don't even like to call it my system. Like, you guys know me, I hate feeling that way. But our system, the BB system, you know, if you stay here long enough and you understand the system and you go through the reps long enough, it gives you stability. It gives you a path ahead. I'm not going to say that you're going to be able to follow that path ahead, that you're going to be able to successfully navigate it and be a rich trader or make a bunch of money, you know, whatever your goals are. I'm not here to promise you that, because you could definitely still make mistakes. You could definitely stumble. Something can go wrong. You could make a huge mistake. Something could be wrong. You know, whatever it may be. Something bad can happen. You could definitely fall out of this market, completely liquidate yourself, and then just never trade again. That could definitely happen. I'm not going to sit here and ever tell you otherwise. But this system will give you stability and a path ahead, which, in my opinion, and I'm not joking, if you just sit around long enough and you pay attention to everybody else, you'll realize everybody really does act the same. Like, everybody gets into this, it doesn't work out, they fail. They come back, they fail. And it's weird because, like, they're not dumb. None of these people are dumb. It has nothing to do with smarts or IQ. It has nothing to do with intuition. It's hilarious because, like, you ask those people, like, well, what'd you trade off of? Oh, I just follow this guy, or I do that, or I would just think about this. Like, you'd get answers out of them, and they would just basically be telling you they're guessing or they're following somebody, and it's like, what the fuck? Like, you didn't ever pick up a strategy? Like, oh, I learned what EMAs are and what they do, you know, and it's like, okay, but you didn't, like, form a system around this or anything, and they'll never tell you that they ever had a real strategy that they follow. And a lot of you might be in the same seat where maybe in the beginning you were the same. You didn't have a strategy. And that's just not logical, right? You know, it makes sense to have a strategy in place so you can try to do the same thing over and over and over again, right? So when it fails, you don't feel so shitty about it, because when you're guessing and you fail, you're gambling, right? But when you have a strategy and it fails, there's a reason for why it failed. There's an invalidation to it. You can be like, oh, well, it did this. That's why I lost right here, and that's why I'm down 10% right here, blah, 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 right? It's a set scenario. You know, you're not changing anything. Nothing's adjusting. It's not a moving variable. It's always there, right? And that's what the point is. I think most people don't ever get down a system or a strategy or have that steady path ahead of them to even give them a chance at trading, you know, let alone starting. It's hard to, it's easy to start. It's hard to maintain, like we just said. But I think when you maintain, you get to that maintain phase, you really start to feel how hard trading is. You're like, okay, holy shit, this is another level of pressure. It's not just about being here, it's about staying here. You know, so not just floating above the water, but how to actually thrive. You know, it's crazy. So it's nice to have a strategy. It's nice to have a steady path ahead of you, is what I'm trying to get at. Stability. You know, I think that's what it is. Just understanding what's in front of you. And whether that's using my system, whether that's using whatever strategy you find, there's an infinite number of strategies on the stock market that have confirmations and invalidations. There's an infinite number. You could go find your own. You could go make your own. You could follow someone else's. You could adopt a couple and combine them. You could do whatever you want. You could really do whatever you want. But have set rules, have a set system in place where you're doing the same thing over and over again, and every time something happens, you're reacting the same way every single time, the exact same way. Something needs to be adjusted? Okay, adjust it. Start doing it like this from now on. Blah, blah, blah. But, yeah. That was a lot of talking, sorry. Most traders made it from 2018 till now. Could you check out Love? Yes, we can. Actually, give me a couple of moments. I want to see if SPY holds this. I'll put it down here, though, so I remember. That's Southwest, right? I can't remember which one that is. It's the one that isn't the name. Like, you know how you're like looking at AAL and it's American Airlines or DAL, Delta Airlines? This is like the one that doesn't sound like its ticker. Okay, bet. And you want bigger time frames, right? Daily, and all that. We are in the golden years to come. 100%. Triple Qs have been trading within 50 cents for the past 45 minutes. Good update by CJ. Gonna challenge this account to 10K. I'm gonna beat you there, Mel. Reps and reps and reps. Exactly, Kevo. I 100% agree. I could not have said that better. Have you ever read How I Made $2 Million in Stock Market by Nicholas Darvis? His system reminded me so much of the BB system. No, I'll have to check it out. You said Nicholas. No, I'll be honest. When I first started trading, I never really like followed anybody. It was really weird to me to like adopt someone's strategies because it didn't make sense to me. Like if I didn't make it myself, I didn't understand it that well. Like that, I had to be a hands-on kind of guy. In the very beginning, I tried EMAs, I tried RSI, MACD. Like I tried what everybody tried. You know, Ichimoku, TTM squeeze. Everybody's tried these strats. Everybody who gets into trading tries these strats. They're all basic. They're all very clear. They look cool, and all that kind of stuff. But if you don't have a true understanding of what you're doing or what you're going for, it definitely is hard to trade any strategy. So, but let me look into this. I never heard of it, but I would love to look at it. It's funny because it says like how I made $2 million in the stock market. Like you're like, oh, that's not shit. It's like, yeah, but this guy was born in 1920 and died in 1977. So yeah, $2 million is a lot of money. That's a lot. How did it remind you of the system, or how did his system remind you of my system, or other? I don't know how I'm supposed to say that. I'm not trying to bite off him. I am the flower of what chart tells me. My level is 49.13 to kill it. Yeah, no rush. I'm watching the daily. Okay, yeah, we'll look at it in a minute. Alexis just gifted 5 memberships. Yo, seriously, thank you, Alexis. And everybody who was gifted, if you're here, definitely thank Alexis for that. But also, please take advantage of what was given to you. And also, SPY 5 minute, the previous candle did close over control point. Had a little bit of a scare down here where they went under on the 1 minute. I'm sure that closed under at least once. Oh, no, it didn't. It wicked every single time. Okay, so never mind. Didn't even close once on the 1 or the 5. What time did the Fed speak? In 2 hours. Well, no, they don't speak in 2 hours. They speak in 2 hours and 24 minutes. The whole the whole news comes out. They spoke yesterday, by the way. What you're getting today is just a review of what was already spoke about. Then 30 minutes after that news comes out, you'll have Jerome Powell come out, and he will give live news, and that's where a lot of the big focus will be. Nerdy got it rigged, yeah. He's got it a few times, so I think the other day Sherman got one, and he's a moderator of my channel. I think Leland's gotten one before. But yeah, rigged. Yeah, we definitely know Nerdy doesn't need the videos. He's already he's already said. Nothing out there, absolutely nothing. What, VC? What happened? What's Nerdy been up to? He's on a different schedule now because he's just been doing more futures trading. So futures trading, he's just been kind of focused on the different active hours of that session. Sometimes he's trading super early in the morning. Sometimes he's doing it later on in the day. So he's just on a different schedule, but he still trades a shit ton. Still gets his bag. So nothing new there. I think he might actually be in stream tomorrow since we're doing a full day stream tomorrow as well. So you might catch him in here if he's rested and not doing anything. So if that happens, he'll be here tomorrow. But he's been trading like crazy, so nothing different there. His whole methodology was with breaking the previous support resistance and just trading zones. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll be honest with you. Like, if you heard my origin story on how I found, like, how I got into drawing levels, you would think I was crazy. I wish I found somebody, like, I wish I had inspiration from someone else and drew levels correctly from the beginning. But man, if you saw how I drew them when I first started out, here, we'll go over that. Spy did just make it back up, so we'll come back in a minute. But I want to show y'all this. Like, it's pretty interesting. I need to clear my spy charts again. So when I first got into trading, I was really big about time frame continuity, like the continuation of time frames, like looking at the monthly, looking at the yearly, then the monthly, then the weekly, then the daily, then the, so on and so on and so on. And what I would do is I would go to I wouldn't do the yearly. I would go to the monthly, and I was really big on Fibonacci retracements. This was the very first tool I ever used to try to get into trades. This was after my indicator phase, by the way. We got into indicators where I was like, oh, fuck all these all suck. I just want to do basic stuff, right? I was trying to make it more simple. And when I first started out, my first thing I would do is I would go from the monthly to the all-time chart every time. And I'd go from the all-time low to the all-time high of that time frame, right? Then I'd go to the weekly. And this is not going to make sense, by the way, so just bear with me. Then I'd go to the weekly, and if I'd just zoom in as much as I could, and I'd be like, okay, well, here's the all-time low to the all-time high. Like, it's kind of hard to do it now because the all-time high is the high of the chart, but when it's not there, it's easier. But basically, I would just go to different time frames, and I would draw the exact same, like, low to the high, and then I'd go to the daily, and I'd do the same thing. Oh, this is the last year? Okay, bet. And then I'd go from the low to the high, right? And by the time I was done doing this on the weekly, the monthly, the 4-hour, the hourly, adding every level I possibly could, by the time I was done drawing that many Fibonacci retracements, my chart would look like this. It'd be like some weird like coding of levels everywhere. And then I started realizing like, oh shit, these actually work. It's just hard to look at because I got all these Fibonacci retracements going everywhere, right? So that kind of drew me back to the drawing board. I was like, all right, well, I need to find something where these levels are being grabbed, but like I can do it the same way every time. Like that system, it was consistent because I was drawing the same levels every time. But let's say a new all-time high hit. Well, now my levels don't make sense. I don't really know what to do now. I don't have any rules for that. I don't know what to do beyond that because now I have a pivot point. Like in basketball, when you pick up the ball, you can still move one of your feet. You can still pivot around, do circles, all kinds of shit. That's the same thing in this. If the new high is made, well, then all those levels I have drawn at the top of the screen, and remember, a Fibonacci retracement's data is drawn from the high to the low, or the low to the high, sorry. So if this moves right here, if this moves, so do those numbers. Watch those numbers. So do these numbers, right? So to me, right there, it was proven to me that, okay, this isn't consistent. If new highs are made, my whole system is shot to shit. Now this makes sense, right? So then I was like, well, I got to go back and I got to find something that just makes sense to me. And that's when I went to the daily, the weekly, the monthly, and I was just reviewing. I would stare at this chart with all those fibs on my screen, and I would look over here on the left, and I was like, okay, cool. These new candles that are emerging into new highs, you know, they're breaking new highs. Like these are consistently everywhere, and they never move. They never go anywhere, right? Once this is made, it's always here, right? So to me, in my head, that fixed the one problem I had with the Fibonacci retracement levels, the pivot point. You know, it moving too much, the pivot foot. It's a moving variable. It's a changing variable. So I had to take that out, right? And then I found these candles. I was like, okay, well, shit, these never move. Once this candle is made, it's there forever. You know, and I think at first I would draw the high and the close, but then I just started doing the close because it was much easier. Ever since then, we had emerging candles. But that's the origin story of emerging candles and like how the system came to be. And then previous day levels, that was a whole nother thing. So once I had all these levels drawn, all the big time frame levels, you know, you get this chart. Whoops. You get this chart. Then it was like, well, I'm getting big levels from the far left of my screen. Is like, is there anything I can do on this stuff? And then I started realizing, like, every single day, what do we get? What are levels that we get every single day? What's a consistent level that you're going to get every single day, no matter what? You're going to have a high of day. You're going to have a low of day. You're going to have an open. You're going to have a close, right? Those are 4 levels that you're going to have every single day. And sometimes it would kind of be too spaced out. So then I was like, all right, well, let's see what's in pre-market. What are 2 levels in pre-market that you are always going to have, regardless of the movement, regardless of the news, regardless of anything? What are you going to get? A pre-market high and a pre-market low. And so to me, that fixed the one thing I didn't like about the Fibonacci retracement thing I was doing where I was drawing them everywhere. It was just like, wow, there's so many damn levels, and if new highs are made, this is just a changing variable. This is a moving variable. This system is not good, right? That fixed that problem. It fixed that problem of always having data that will always be there no matter what happens in the day, no matter what day of the week it is. I will always have those data points, no matter what. No matter what, I will always have those data points. And that was what fixed, or that's how the system came to be. It was just, again, finding a bunch of variables that weren't changing. I want to find information that I can grab. I should be able to delete this chart, close my chart, go have lunch, come back, and I should be able to have the same mindset to be able to get the exact same data. That's how it should be every single time. Yeah, very long story that none of you probably asked for, but I thought it was kind of interesting and I wanted to share that. Because it kind of made me think when he was sharing that book, it's like, you know, I never really got inspiration from someone else to get my system. But there are other people who are a lot older than me and more experienced who definitely use previous day high, previous day low, pre-market high, pre-market low. But I've never seen anybody use emerging candles. I've never seen people mix it with previous day, you know, because you really, all this system is old price history and new price history. That's all you're doing. And you're just mixing them together to give you the best of both worlds. Jesus Christ, that sounded very weird. But you're getting the best, though, of both. So, but that's the system. That's how it came to be and everything around it. Trades beef and corn for dim gains. Oh, yeah, that was hilarious, Alexis. That is by far going to be my favorite clip till the day I die. Those people are getting into the room like, shut the damn door. BB question, the last retest was a mid retest. Wait, are you answering my lifetime question from the other day? Or what are you talking about, Chuck? My bad, I kind of went on my own little rant there. Getting the best of BB. No, I just think it's important where people understand like where I got the system from, because I know it's very weird to like nowadays it's very normal for people to just take a strategy from someone and then pretend it's theirs and then run off with it, you know, and they'll straight up sell it to other people and be like, yeah, I invented this. So I just wanted to give the true origin story of how my system came to be, and you know the system you guys like to look at. Now the previous day high supply, previous day low demand, that only came in last year. So I never really was into zones or supply and demand, but it used to annoy me how people would like try to teach me like, oh, this is supply and demand. I'm like, I know what it is. Like, it's not that I don't know it, I just don't use it in that sense. Like, I don't need the rectangles here like other people do, right? I have levels. I don't need the levels like that, right? But sometimes you'll see it like that, and it's like, oh wow, you could just combine this area with this area, and it could just be an area of importance, not one level or the other. It can be both of them together, you know. So if you see like a high go into here and then price exit, it's not just about that it rejected that level. It might be that also it's giving you a lower high to reject that level. So then you get 1, 2 confirmations, not just one as a whole. So it gives you like stronger, more confident signals against price history levels that you know are strong, because you know how you draw your levels. You don't have to sit there and be like, oh, what's this level? Is it good? No, you know it's good. Trade off of it. And then the order of operations. I would say that's the last thing you guys really need to watch to truly understand the origin of the system and everything, because the order of operations video covers exactly what it's titled, the order of what to do. You know, the order of when you're in the routine, the order of things to do. Like, you wouldn't just get into calls just because there's a green candle. It's against a rejection, right? So you're probably leaning towards getting puts soon more than you are calls, unless you see a retake of this. There's an order to things, and that's what that video covers. So if you haven't watched that video, I highly recommend it. It is the latest public upload on the channel. No, the low of day today, would you say that is a midterm retest? Oh, it's trying to be right here. It's trying to be, but this is a full on retest just to make it a double bottom. But it's not really like a retest type yet, because we went from the low of the day to the high of the impulse move. If they would have came here and held it, that would be a midterm or hidden retest like you were saying, but it failed. It went all the way to the 100%. So now we're looking, does it fail here or not? It did not. We have an inside bar, positive print. So from this candle on, we're bullish again. We're looking to get over the original impulse move, the high of the first impulse, and to continue holding what was supposed to be a midterm retest that failed. So if it can hold here, yes, it would be. Let me know if that makes sense, because I know that was a little weird. It's 100% helpful information. Makes sense on how it evolved. Yeah, it's just my dumb little brain. It's the way I think. I think very weird. My brain thinks like sideways, backwards. But yeah, just a lot of staring, really. I did a lot of back testing. Like when me and Leland did the course, and when me and Leland did a bunch of other things, just different confirmations. Like when we backtest patterns, or we backtest inside bars or outside bars, like we go through hundreds of examples and then we go, okay, yeah, these are pretty good. Like we don't look at it once or twice and be like, oh my god, it worked. And then that's something you go for. Like you got to build trust into your system too. It's not just like, is it good? It's also, do I believe in it? If you don't like it, then you probably shouldn't be trading your strategy. You should like your own system. You should like everything you do about your routine and every variable that pops up. God, it's only been 3 hours. I've been talking a lot today. 11:20. So what does that give us? An hour and 40? Yeah, an hour and 40 until the news comes out, and then it'll be 2 hours and 10 minutes until the the king Jerome Powell speaks. Let's go over LUV. Let's chart LUV for the boy. Oh. Monthly. Emerging candles. I'm not marking that. Sometimes when you have levels that are too close, you don't have to mark it, but if you want to be tedious, you definitely can. And we don't have to keep going, but sometimes I go pretty far up past price because it's just fun to practice. And normally I would do the weekly, but I've been having a lot more success with recent daily time frame supply and demand. That has been very effective lately. So I'm going to just stick with the trend. We'll just start from the eve up here. So we got a high to the open of that last green candle before the reversal down. Got another one here. Got another one here. Got another one here. Oh, that's actually like right there. Got another one here. I feel like I'm rapping. There we go. Got another one here. Oh, it looked like trying to hold that actually. Oh, don't zoom in. Got another one here. Got another one here. Got another one here. And got another one here. Alright, we're done. That was easy. And so what you're looking for, by the way, I know I don't go over this every single time I chart something, but patterns with positioning. You know, when you're looking at... Jesus, man, why does it do this? So let's do a fun little quiz question first before I finish going over this. Hold up. Let's do this. So let's say we're in an uptrend channel, right? You just see that we're in an uptrend. I'll do both. We'll do both. We'll do up and down. All right, so let's say price is going up, coming down, going up, going down, going up, going down, going up, going down, going up. I think you get the picture now. Going up, going down, right? And let's say A is bottom and B is the top, even though that doesn't make sense. Actually, we'll flip that because that didn't make sense. We'll do A for above, B for below. How about that? Right? So if I'm a bull, right? Let's say I'm a bull. I'm a bull. I'm a really big bull. I just, for some reason, for the love of God, I cannot short. I just can't get into puts. I can't short. Where am I going to have the most advantage in this uptrend? Where do I have the most room for my trades to work? Where do they have a clear plan? Where do I want to see bullish candlesticks or bullish pressure arrive? At A or B? At B, correct. Because it's the most advantageous spot, right? If I'm looking for bullish candlesticks, I want to find them near this area. I want to find them near here. I want to find them near here. So I have a better chance of getting back to the top of that uptrend channel or even just to the halfway point of it, right? And if I'm at the bottom of it, well, that means I'm at support. So if it fails, I'll have clear invalidation that if it fails, I'm not in it anymore, right? Very clear planning. That's what I like about them as well. It's very clear. When you're wrong, you should know instantly when you're wrong. That's the best part. And now let's do the opposite example. So if you're a bear, right, where is it most advantageous for you to trade in this uptrend channel? Where do you want to see bearish pressure step in, selling pressure step in? Where do you want to see these bearish candlesticks? A or B? I'm going with C, Bob. Mel, you're such a nerd. He said the third would be a retest and an 80%, and he's so right. He's saying the third because 1, 2, 3, holding that the impulse. He sees this as the impulse move. It goes up over it again, and then he sees it hold here. Mel's pointing out that could have been retest. You nerd. Yes, A would be where bears are at, right? And so the same example here. You know, if we're in a downtrend channel, you know, bears want to be up here, bulls want to be down here, right? Oh, this is going to be fun to delete. Oh, yeah, it's going to be fun to delete. Hold up. 1 second. I have one more drawing for you. Oh my god, click. I'm just spamming delete and clicking. No. Alright, so let's say, in like both of those examples, let's say you're in a flat channel. You know, whether it's huge as hell or tight, doesn't matter. You know, and you have price doing all kinds of things in here. Right? Where do you want to be as a bear, and where do you want to be as a bull? You want to be down here as a bull. You want to be up here as a bear. Just like we just said. Positioning. Because it just logically makes sense that you have the most room right there, right? We're all on the same page, right? Drop an emote to show that you're on the same page as me before we move on. So whenever you see me drawing all these zones, all these levels and stuff, you understand, okay, this is what we should be looking for. It's not just, oh, let's just draw levels and look at bigger time candles. No, let's also plan. So if you see bullish candlesticks or buying pressure, higher lows, or selling pressure against resistance, you know, these are advantageous positions. Now you're not just looking at a candlestick on its own. Now you're looking at a candlestick at a good part of the chart. So now you have multiple things leading into a better confirmation, not just saying, oh, it's going to go up. No, you have a bullish hammer at a support. There's a good chance this tries to hold unless you see it fail under what looks like these two low of days right here, the wicks. So it's not just about, oh, let me find candlesticks. Oh, let me draw zones. Like, no, you need both. You need both. You need the supply and the demand. And if you don't want to draw the supply and demand, fine. But at least draw the monthly emerging candles. You don't want to draw all this crap? Cool. And it's fun, too, because you can draw it this way with recent daily. You can go to the weekly. And this is what you'll normally see me cover in my videos. The weekly. You know, seeing, okay, well, there's clearly a very... Here, I'll even show you. The high of that candle, the low of it. Before the reversal up. Okay, that's the rule of our demand. Awesome, let's grab that. Throw it over to 2025. And then let's go up here. Actually, no. We'll do one over here. So we can see the high of this move to the open of that green candle before the reversal back down. You have kind of another one right here. So you can do the weekly, you can do the daily, you can do whatever you want. And you could see, oh wow, look where price sold off to. When it was up here at 39.50s, came all the way down to 21.90. Look where it decided to hold. A big weekly time frame demand. If it had failed under this and rejected, guess what it'd probably be doing right now? Probably still be selling off. Probably still trying to find that low, trying to find that base. Built a higher low, built a higher low, built a bigger base, bigger higher low. Start to get a bigger range trade going. So it's all about finding patterns with positioning. Not just one, not just the other, but both. We're going to keep LUV on there. This is a nice chart. Mel said, I like it when the chart drops and back to the retesting of it, because that's when it gets me the percentages that he's looking for. Good stuff. And see right there, you have your edge, you have your system. And see, we didn't miss anything, guys. We just have a higher low retest of a base build so far. So we're feeling a little bit more bullish than we were over here. That's for sure. If we can get a good higher close over this, it's a very good chance that we're going to go smack this little range right here. Maybe even go touch 488.70s. Who knows? But at least touching this area for the most part if we get that new high over this 487.50 basically. If not, probably going to stick in this range till the news comes out, which is in about an hour and a half. Thank you, boss. Pretty similar to what I was charting. Good to hear, Maddie. Would like to see XLI on weekly RRG, to be honest. Do you have you seen what it looks like, or you want me to pull it up? I'll pull it up then. I'll pull it up. Do you just want me to look at XLI alone or all the sectors? Let's do the weekly update. Look, I tricked it. I'm not logged in, but I'm using it. But it's because I was logged in. It's just using a saved page I was on. Oh, there it is. I was like, where even is it? Hold on, let me remove some of these. Yeah, so they were lagging, but they picked it back up into the improving part. Okay, they're at a better part of the RRG chart at least. Let me move this back. Looks like they've already done their little loop-de-loop though. It's so weird. You don't normally see them do it in one part of the chart. You normally see them do the whole circle first. This didn't even bother. It was like, eh. Close to leading, then gave up. But then again, I don't look at the weekly as much. I normally do just look at the daily for this. And you can see they're still lagging, going towards improving on the daily. Does somebody want to tell me what news came out on Nike? I mean, it's not spy related. Everything else looks fine. Unless it's discretionary. No, discretionary is not moving. Amazon and Tesla actually have green candles right now. So yeah, it's not discretionary related, being the sector it belongs to. Huh. It's Adidas related? No way. I gotta see this news now. I like the drama. Let's see. I've never tried the search bar on Financial Juice, so this would be my first try. Yeah, nothing on here yet. Huh. Mel, you're saying my ultimate chart pattern while I just broke down retest trading. Those are just retests. You understand that, right? You understand these are retests? I'm not joking. Y'all need to watch that damn video. If you have Lifetime or if you have the course, y'all need to watch retest trading. I literally go over what you are literally trying to say is yours.
All right, so Bueller.
I go over all three types of retests. Taking profits at that off of that. How to trade them, as decisive as stops, their targets. Yeah, these are things I've covered for 4+ years now. So, please go over them. There are 3 types of them. And yes, you are very good at them, but let's be a little humble about it. It's everyone's. Everyone's kicking ass. I want to switch off this chart, but it's moving so much. I like watching it. Sectors are red. Good looks, Mel. I see healthcare is still green, but they look like they were flat, or not flat green, you know what I mean. Mildly green for the most part. Damn, though. Yo, so what was the official news on this? Y'all just said the Adidas news, but what Adidas? What happened? I guess I could just go to Twitter. Yep, found it. Literally, I load Twitter for 5 seconds. Oh my god. Adidas plans to sell remaining Yeezy at least at cost in 2024. Who gonna scoop them up? Adidas sees 2024 operation profit about estimated. Whoa. Isn't that like way off? That's horrible. $100 million. Yeah, I was gonna say that's a lot. Decides not to write off most of Yeezy inventory. Of course they don't. Crude oil. Well, damn. Okay, it was that. Yeah, okay. Damn. Yeah, so they're probably like, oh, well, Nike must be having the same problem then. All right, back to SPY. I can't stare at Nike much longer. Aw, poor SPY. Just as she was getting a chance. Well, she hasn't lost her chance yet. She didn't make the new low, so that's a good sign. She didn't hold the new low, I should say. And yes, I'm referring to SPY as a she. I was saying sheesh to the thing above Benny's message, by the way, guys, not to Benny's message. I was saying sheesh to the Adidas guidance easy negativity. That looks kind of weird in chat. Recession is here, baby. Totally forgot I made blah blah blah. The market is a female bub. They are all she's. True. Did AMD do the 90% entry today? What time frame are you looking at? Oh, yeah, I guess it did. Wow, good looks. Hey, React, you're already... I only posted the video yesterday and went over that yesterday, and you're already able to identify them. Good stuff, man. At first, I was like, and I was like, oh, wait, yeah, I guess it did. Because, yeah, open range breakout. Nope. Open range breakout. Nope. Good looks. 5 in the 15. Oh, yeah, 15-minute, even more clean. Good looks. Yeah, that's what you want to see. Like what you just did, the multiple time frame view, saying, okay, they're both showing that same entry. That's what you want to see, not one show it, not the other. Good looks. I caught Poots, but sold at the entry for 90. Ooh, okay. Good stuff, Ria. I'm really proud you were able to identify that. AMD is very good for that. Oh, perfect. I did notice a lot of my examples when I was going through them on my own. I did notice a lot of my examples were either NVIDIA, or AMD, or not Tesla. I mean, I had one on Tesla, but I had a different one for, I think it was Meta. I don't know, but yeah, semiconductors, though, were definitely in there a lot. Huh. Either way, though, I'm really proud of that, man. That hypes me up that you're already able to identify those on your own. Which you should. I shouldn't be surprised, to be honest. I shouldn't be so shocked. You guys have stared at this system, some of you as long as me. So, you know, you should be to the point where these new ideas don't fuck up anything you already had going. Like, you should still understand the system, the entry types. This should just be an extra tool for your belt. Also, it's not really out of the way thinking. It's not like this is like crazy out of the way or different from what we already look at. No, it's the same rules. It's just a different entry. It's solid too. She would do the same thing years ago. Man, hearing someone say a few years ago, I'm just like, pre-COVID market. When you could just buy calls and literally not actually know how to trade. Man. Fires me up, low-key, surprise myself every day. Honestly, React, I love seeing you type in chat, man, because you always have something cool to say. Regardless of, like, making money or not, I can tell you're in tune, you're focused. Damn, my stomach is trying to talk to me. But it's nice seeing people focus in there and seeing some of you guys not just say good things, but then also make money. It's cool to see you guys progress. It's really awesome. Plus, it helps me, too, because... You know, if you get the system down, and let's say I make a mistake, and then you happen to have taken the same trade on the same chart, and maybe you had a better outcome than me. Well, then I can look at it and go, okay, oh my gosh, I fucked up right here. I should have done this. React is so smart, you know. But just seeing that extra view is so helpful sometimes. Like, I don't know, maybe I'm overthinking it, but I love seeing the reviews from everybody because it really does hype me up. It helps me stay focused, helps me stay in tune. It also gives you a little bit of validation. You're like, oh, wow, it's not just the owner of the chat posting. Like, you have members posting. 2020 was the best year ever. Talking market. The rest was horrible. Yeah. It was pretty good. Almost 60 likes on today's stream. We've had almost 260 people click on today's stream. You guys are seriously amazing. And we have 15 new members thanks to Daffy and I think it was Alexis, right? Yeah, Alexis. I had to make sure. Daffy and Alexis. Daffy gifted 10. Alexis gifted 5. So 15 gifted memberships from the gang. Very cool of them. Pre-COVID, I was just starting to know about support and resistance. If you have a Twitter, I just posted a tweet saying, "How's your day going?" Only reply with GIFs or GIFs, however you pronounce that. Jesus, I can't speak English. If you'd like to go have a fun response, go ahead and drop one there. Pre-COVID, I was only in Wall Street bets trading groups. It was so much fun, but these people were insane, and now I feel like I am the crazy one of the group. You kept a little bit of Wall Street bets with you this whole time. You carried it through the times with you. Yeah, there's a couple people in chat that I would say are a little crazy, but it's not a bad thing. It can be a good thing as long as you limit yourself in certain ways. Which you guys are pretty, vocal about. If you're going crazy, you're like, all right, I need to chill. You have that alarm in you. So you're not crazy. You're not completely lost. If you don't have that sense of urgency or that alarm inside of you that goes off, that would be a red flag. So it makes it fun. It did make me buy GME at sick. Scaled out, so it did not make insane money, but it was the best thing that ruined the community. Yeah, that it did ruin the community a little bit. It also caused for a lot of people to believe they're geniuses. Like, I shit you not, when COVID, like before COVID, when I swear that I could count good groups on one hand. Like I could count, like just groups in general. I could think of like 10, right? When COVID hit, I swear there was like 1,000 groups that popped up. But when the GameStop shit hit, oh my god, it was like 1 billion groups appeared out of nowhere. It was like everybody was like a new owner of a group. Everyone was like, all right guys, join my chat, blah blah blah. Like, you'd have people break off from other chats and steal from theirs, and oh my god, it ruined FinTwit, it ruined the Fin community on Wall Street Bets, it ruined Discords, it ruined Telegram. I mean, it ruined all kinds of groups in my opinion. But at the same time, I believe it was also a good thing. Kind of flushed out all the bullshit, because over time, a lot of these groups have gone quiet, dissipated, been deleted, you know, so it's kind of crazy and fucked up at the same time, because like I feel bad for all the people who are caught in between, but at the same time, you know, at the end of the day, we all make our own decisions. So, but yeah, it definitely ruined a lot of communities. That's for sure. That was some fun trading back then. Paid for a new roof and a brand new bathroom, remodeled on my house. Oh, nice. Bathroom remodels are definitely nice. Pretty pricey, but definitely awesome. I can count it on just one finger. That's why I am here. The rest is just noise at this point. Thank you, Tobias. I appreciate you for saying that. That's what I try to be. I just want this group to be a stable place for people. I'm never once going to sell bullshit pipe dreams. I just don't see the point. I don't want to sit here and be like, I'm not a financial advisor every 5 seconds. Like, I no. It's just too much. I think we all know by now I'm not a financial advisor. Over the years, this group has grown by word of mouth. I don't do all the bullshit marketing tactics. I don't do all that. I even lowered the prices of my courses because I was just disgusted at how horrible everything has gotten. Because it was just like, what the fuck is going on? It's crazy how people treat other people, but I think everybody in our chat's trying their best to just grow and stay in their own lanes, but at the same time trying to share their journeys and maybe try to help others through that natural process of just sharing and interacting, which so far it seems to be working. But we're not going to save, 10,000 people. We're not going to help 10,000 people, but we got the people we got now. That's all we need. Some amazing traders in there from years ago, some amazing traders that are just now popping up, We got a really good mix of people in here. We almost have a person on each continent, too. I think we're only missing Antarctica. Show me the incentives and I will find the behaviors. Let's see. They did break under once. Now they're trying to hold another higher low above this low here of day, but we are still stuck in that down channel. The best and worst things that Munger teach me: once you see it, you never go back. Rest in peace. Rest in peace. I didn't really agree with a lot of his investments later on, but I do respect the man. Good callouts, guys. I'm seeing a bunch of updates coming in. I see CJ saying Apple has been slowly grinding back up. Good update. I see my boy VC mentioning Boeing again. Thinking it's going to explode some more. And it definitely can. It's got some more room above their head on that daily chart. I would like to add, though, they have made a very large move up today. So if they don't move much more, I don't think it'd be the end of the world. Source, trust me, bro. Yeah. Trust me, bro. I'm gonna do this because I want to see below and above. There we go. I'm OCD with how I want my chart to look when I'm streaming to you guys because it's gotta be clean. It's gotta look good. Like the positioning of it, the levels are gonna be what they are, but the positioning of it's nice to have it sectioned around where you can see the right amount of levels above and below and see what's actually happened today. So you can see we did have a lower open and we did dump more. Look at our game plan. Maybe we can review that. You want to review? Breakout or retest under 488.13. Got the breakout and the retest. A rejection of pre-market high or 490s with selling pressure is also short-term bearish, which we didn't get the perfect test of 490s, but we got the test of the previous day demand that we had. It wasn't previous day, I think it was Monday. Went through that. Now we're at the other low. Pretty clear-cut plan today, though. Kind of sucks got the lower open. I promise, even with a good game plan, you will still somewhat be hesitant after seeing a large move like that because you'll have that thought in the back of your head of like, oh, it already made a lot of its move without me. Maybe I should just wait, you know. And it's good to think like that, but at the same time, it's good to just remind yourself, well, maybe I'll just go lighter, but still apply my game plan, you know. And I feel like that's the route to take more or less than not, is just going lighter on moments when you feel hesitant. Just go lighter. There's no need to completely miss out. And if you really do feel that hesitant, then you should just miss out and review until you're not hesitating to that extent. Again, time. Give yourself time. I need to go put my daily like. Wait, what? Put my daily like in. Suggest chats do the same. Love you guys. Cheers. See you later, Tobias. Oh, put your daily like in. I got it. Thank you, Tobias. Have a great rest of your evening, man. Appreciate you. The ADR is still falling. Good looks. Go light and give yourself another chance to re-enter. Exactly. And even if it's not for re-entry, it's just like for the meaning of just making that voice go more quiet, you know, of like, oh, maybe you should be scared, maybe you should be hesitant here. Like, just shutting that voice up more is really what you're aiming to do. It is good to have that sense of urgency and that inner alarm, but at the same time, that inner alarm can stop you from opportunity, and that's what you need to be chasing. Actually, we rewatched the latest Mission Impossible movie, and we saw one of the little like extra scenes at the end of it because we were wondering like how the hell did they do the train thing. And I'll remember this Tom Cruise line forever now, but I think he said, "Don't be careful, be confident." And that applies to that so perfectly. Like, don't be careful where you're missing out, be confident, you know, and stick to what you have planned. Don't plan something and then completely just like misinterpret it or ignore it just because you're scared. You know, and if you're scared with your system in front of you, then you probably need to review your own system more. You haven't gone over it enough, or you don't understand it yourself yet. But yeah, he said, don't be careful, be confident. That's crazy. Interesting. What's up, Mel? Yes, Ace is here. Carter said SPY looking like a move is building. I agree. Potentially pop a new high over 47.50s. Or they just hold between here till, 55 minutes from now. We'll see. Wouldn't hate a J Powell speech to fill the gap from yesterday, then dump. That would be nice. Send us up to the top and then give us the better lower high. Or just opposite of that too. Could work. Remember not to knee-jerk positions when news hits. Let it settle. Could be a couple big candle reactions. 100%. Good post by everyone. Fire music. Thank you. YouTube. Thank you. Remember, guys, when you use financialjuice.com, it's not just to read the news here on the left. I would also look over here where it says economic indicators. Look for the one that says US. Read here. You can also read some decent news here as well. But click the read here. You can also scroll down. And you can see what kind of news. ADP employment change, Canadian GDP, all that good stuff. And then, of course, the interest rate decision where you can get a definition of what everything is. What you're actually getting. This is like the cold computer answer. And then you get a better broken down answer under what to expect. So definitely look into that if you don't understand some of the news that comes out each week, if you want to learn about that kind of stuff. Personally, try not to look into it too much. Price action is always going to be king. It's always going to be the most consistent variable I will ever be able to look at. News is not reliable, regardless if you understanding it or not. There are plenty of economists who are pros at this, who understand it, and still cannot apply the information in actual trading opportunities. So neither should we. So just stick to the levels, but it is cool to just kind of know about some of the interesting things like the interest rates, the housing market, just everything, because it's not just housing that's affected by interest rates. Everyone seems to think it's just housing, but there's a large variety of the economy that is affected by this. So That is why it's so important and why so much price action is relying on it. So even if you don't care about understanding what the news actually is, just understanding that it's important can lead up to really good trading opportunities, either up to it or after it. So let the marbles decide, do we go up or do we go down? Mono himano. No, we can't do marbles. We'll do marbles at the end if you want, but I can't do marbles right before FOMC, because if someone joins in here and they see we're playing marbles, they'll think, oh, they're just fucking off. They're not doing FOMC. So we're not going to do that. We'll do it later on. I promise, though, if you guys want to do marbles, we'll do it in the last 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Mono imano. Can't seem to have the left column to show up on my cell. Only see it in my laptop. On Financial Juice. That's weird. Maybe it's like one of the mobile things, like they don't show it on the mobile. I haven't tried to look at it on there. Carter, when are we going to link and trade in a Starbucks? Are y'all in the same area? Y'all both in Florida? Spy looking like a movies building. Y'all like the marbles though, huh? I found another game that was kind of cool that I wanted to try with y'all one day, but I haven't done it yet. I haven't tested it, but I'll show you what it is. Scribble.io. This is kind of funny. I'm not gonna lie. Now, I'm not doing it now. We're not doing this now, but I'm just saying one day it'd be funny to do this. But you can only fit like 20 people in here, but we need to do like 4 people at a time because the turns it takes and stuff. But basically, you try to draw the word, and everybody guesses. And if nobody guesses it, you got all the points. If everybody guesses it because you did a really good drawing or something, they can thumbs it up. You get points, and everybody else. It's crazy how it works. But basically, you're just drawing. And the point is probably most of us suck at drawing, so it would look funny. Yeah, both in Jackson, Florida. Damn, okay. Damn, if I ever come visit Sherman in Florida, I think he's in... I want to say he's in Miami. No, I don't remember where he's at, to be honest. Yeah, he's in there as well. React, he's a lifetime. He's Prop Street. I think he has a $sign in his name. I'm not sure. Yeah, Carter is he's a lifetime guy in there. And then yeah, Carter React is in there, in case you didn't know. Both y'all are in there. We did close over that new high, guys, which is a good sign for short-term bulls, as long as they're over 47.50. If not, they pull back 487, most likely will get retested. We'll see though. Probably just build up, like I think a few of you have already said, just build up before the catalyst comes out. Which I don't know if I'm gonna actually pull up. Well, I mean, we'll pull up the news on the FOMC, but I guess we'll just watch Powell on the side or something. There's gonna be like 20 people in chat who post a link, so no worries there. We got a bunch of news freaks, and I love it. %90 entry to the downside? I still can't believe I didn't win lifetime when I was leading the whole time. Triple Q's nearing current day open. That was actually kind of fucked up, Ace. I'm not gonna lie. I actually felt bad because it was an actually pretty good thing to give away too. You know, it's like lifetime's pretty. I mean, I say it's pretty expensive, but it's, you know. But I don't know. I thought that was messed up because your ball. I remember the course too. Like it was the one with the basket that was moving right, and then it didn't move, and then your ball like completely missed, and then it moved back, and then like I think whoever it was won. And it went right in there. Hold that accent. Did I sound super country there? What did I say? Did I sound southern for a moment? Did I let it out? God, talking, man, it like actually like makes your throat dry. We haven't done a full day stream in a while. Yes, Southern India. Oh yeah, Daffy posted it because they were all in Nike calls. It says share of footwear and athletic apparel stocks are trading lower in sympathy with Adidas after the company said its preliminary reported sales were down 5% in 2023. That sucks. Y'all literally got destroyed off of Adidas. I remember a bunch of people honestly around our chat were kind of looking at Nike. I think Chef and Daffy both were looking at Nike. I just saw what Benny said. Chinese platform, what can you do? I'm at the mercy of the PCP. God, I gotta catch up on Discord. There's so many messages on here. All right, we got like 46 minutes before FOMC. I think I'm gonna try to grab a snack or something. And I don't really care about FOMC. It's the 30 minutes after that I care about. I want to hear Daddy Powell. I want to see the movement he's gonna bring. Plus, if interest rates don't do anything, then you know, probably just gonna see us in range until Powell. So even if they do pump or dump, they'll probably go to a normal level you already see on the chart right here. And then before he speaks, we'll probably stick under or above it, and then we'll see the better move, hopefully. But right now, bulls are doing everything they can to stay on top of this. That is crazy what that candle just did. If that pumps up to this area, I would not be surprised after witnessing how much liquidity they just grabbed right there. Very, very strong. I bet if you had volume profile, there's definitely a shelf right here or something. That is crazy looking. I'm gonna grab a snack real quick. XDM. Alright, I'll check it here in a second. Bump ski. Stay hydrated. Yeah, new all-time highs today. Definitely possible. Yeah, I mean, it's not like we're that far off. They could easily go make new all-time highs today. We'll see, too. Nice hold, though, so far. But yeah, I'm gonna go grab a snack or something. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Just listen to the music. Enjoy the SPY chart. I'll be right back. am back. Who's all survived? Oh, everybody's still here. And yeah, we have 27 and a half minutes, sorry, till the news comes out. And then 30 minutes after that, we got Powell. What's up, Mel? Are you in anything? Or are you just chilling? Who's all still here, though? My bad. I came back, I was getting food, and then I didn't even get food. I ended up ordering food. Mel saying, that's all she can do. I'm like, what is he talking about? And I look at my screen. Oh, he's probably talking about the big red ass candle on my screen. Pretty cool though how this worked though. I mean, this is like a very slow interpretation of how this is supposed to work. You know, normally you see it happen on the first one. They hold here to some extent and then build off that and get over that level. And then that's what you play off of. But you can see today we didn't get that. We didn't get that at all. You have an uglier interpretation of it where it actually made a real double bottom, held under the high of the first impulse move, which means it's a lower high, built another lower high, gave us a move down, even closed under the golden pocket again, not making a new low yet, did the 90% entry we kind of talked about. Pretty interesting spot to do that at. Hit the recent high, so that's good. Even made a new high. So this was probably the only actual profitable move that you could have been in on either of the dips, which you could have taken these, but you've been guessing on these without trading it the correct way. But this was actually a decent one. So far, though, besides the drop, this is the only move I've seen that I actually thought was pretty interesting. And you could see how they abruptly brought that back down shortly after. So anybody who might have, held on to try to hold it for a bigger win, they got screwed on that one. So I'm actually going to remove this fib now that we've seen the result of everything. I just wanted to go over that before we take it off. But if you want to leave it there, you can. I just want to have a clean chart. Nothing wrong with that. Hey, everyone's here. What's up, Susan, Aloha, Alexis, CJ, Chuck, Fake Mojo? How you doing, man? Fake Mojo. Every time I read your name, I swear. Still here, but need some grub too. Yeah, I just ordered from a local, burger joint. Just sitting here playing with the cat in the lab with the laser. You got one of those high-powered lasers. Have you seen videos of those where it's they'll point at a wall and you start seeing steam come off the wall? It's no, he's not steam, he's burning down the wall. Spy just hanging in the range. Yeah, so far. I mean, to be expected, I feel like, I feel like if anybody's expecting a huge move before FOMC, they're just kind of crazy. I mean, you kind of got one already, too. They gave us the lower open and extended the move. They didn't just do this and then go back up. They actually gave a really good move today to the downside. Tacos in a bit. My stomach is screaming too. Dude, tacos sound good. You going to a taco truck, or are you getting an actual place? And if so, please share the details of what kind of taco you're eating.
Share with all of us. Also, again, Alexis, thank you for sharing or for gifting memberships, dude. You and Daffy did not have to do that, man. Seriously, thank you so much. I hope y'all don't think y'all have to like catch up to Rambo or anything. I don't think anybody can catch Rambo. Should we do a fun poll? We haven't done a poll in forever. Should we do a poll? I need to be better about that. We haven't done polls in forever. What should we ask? What should we ask? Not for the chat, like for the price action. After FOMC, like should we say, where do you think SPY will close today or something? Oh, we'll do marble. I said we would do marbles in the last like 20 minutes. We can totally do marbles at the very end. Gotta come to San Diego for some Mexican. Oh, dude, I bet. I actually heard from, because I'm pretty serious about my Mexican food. But as all Southerners should be. But there was an argument between me, someone from Arizona, and someone from California. And we were all like bitching at each other like, no, this is the best, this is the best. And then we had someone step in like, no, wait, you guys, they're all the best. Like, they're just all different because different Mexican foods from different areas of Mexico, when they migrate to here and like give us, you know, the amazing food. A long time ago, of course. I'm not talking about today's immigration. But I don't know. I just thought it was cool how there's like different. I don't even know what you would call that. There's like different touches of the Mexican. I don't know. It was good. It was you, Leland? Yeah. That wasn't here, wasn't it? Okay, yeah. It was just so long ago. I couldn't remember if it was like a conversation I had with like actual friend, like people I know in person, or if it was like a conversation we had as a chat. I really couldn't remember, but yeah, you're right. And then and then Leland agreed that Texas was the best. That's right. We talked about Arizona and California. That's right. I remember this all now. See, this is the good part of being the speaker of the stream, Leland. I could like override anything you're typing. All right, let's do this. Where does SPY close? No, wait. Will SPY close over or under? Let me do a level from the daily time frame. I was about to like choose from there, but I actually want to choose a good level. Over or under? I'm gonna say 486.50. 486.50. The first option will be over. Second option will be under. And I guess we have to add a tertiary option. Poll is sent. I have finally done my duty as a streamer, and we have finally posted a poll. I always like watching it fill up, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, at the very top of the poll, or the chat where you can type, or somewhere on the screen, there should be a poll that pops up. Go let us know. Do you think SPY will close over or under 486.50? The reasoning on why I said that level is because I was kind of looking at the low of this right here, where it kind of reminds me of it could be a reset candle if it holds over. If it holds under, I see it as a potential chance of going down and probably hitting 485 either today or within the next, 24 hours. So that's why I was doing that. Just a good short-term level from the daily. Probably should have chose a level from this chart. But I mean, it's right there, so whatever. I mean, it kind of gets my point. 10 votes. 6 people think over, 4 under. If I had to vote, I would say over, just because I really feel like the bullishness is not over. I feel like the bullshit is not over. That's my only reasoning. That's my only reasoning behind my guess, because this is a guess at this point. This isn't any kind of calculated response or anything. No, we're talking like after the news, Mel. Like after all this is said and done. Because the news can move us up back through towards all-time highs. It could send us through the floor and we could be closer to the bottom of 480. You know, we could really be in the lower 480s by the end of today after the news. Or we're just still in range. Who knows? We're stuck between 46.50, 489. That could be the case too, given the fact a lot of today's news is already kind of priced in. The only thing that isn't is, of course, any extra tone that Powell or anybody else might give. So that's really what's on watch today. Because if they come out and they're just kind of like, meh, you know, we might not do much. But they come out and they're extra dovish and they're extra, you know, hyped to talk about cutting interest rates soon, then yeah, we could definitely see a good move. Or vice versa. If they surprise us the other way and say, well, guys, sorry to tell you this, but we're screwed. Then yeah, then we'll probably see some really, really nice moves. Again, like I said earlier, do not focus on the actual news itself. Try to just focus on the levels. Your best economists in the world, for some reason, can't profit off of their own information, so probably shouldn't try to do it yourselves. Oh, Kevo, they figured it out, by the way. Thank you for also helping, though. I appreciate that. There are multiple people in chat with the knowledge of all these random things on Webull, and I mean, it's not random. It's a thing, but it's a feature. Not here. I want 484. I know you do. Would be a good excuse to retest 480 this week. It would. That's what I'm saying too. Like, this is a perfect time scenario for us to either go back towards all-time highs or go and get that needed retest like you guys are talking about too. Like, this is a great scenario for either side right now. We just don't know it yet because, you know, we're before. But no, you guys are on the right path. You guys are on the right mindset. Everybody seems to understand like what we're kind of going for here. And who knows, maybe it doesn't leave range at all. Maybe we're stuck between these two levels for all we know. Yeah, Tesla's still holding very well. I mean, you can see on my screen, out of most top weights, they're the only green one right now. Which is funny, because it's up, you know, 0.25%. Its sector is down about 0.5%. Amazon, a counterweight with it, inside of that same sector, is down 1.25%. So it just shows, like, in its own sector, it's killing it. It's got strength. AMD, Microsoft, Apple. Dollar in the 10-year also found support. I don't want anyone to get
too crazy with this, because again, these are not supposed to be going the same way all the time, and they're all kind of going the same direction today. They've all dropped, they've all built base, they've all looking like they want to come up soon. So I mean, the whole market, every money market right now is getting squeezed. This looks so good for longs, though. I won't lie. On the smaller time frames, at least. Bigger time frame, different story. And the food arrived just in time. Yeah, that's pretty close. Muting my mic. Yo, Scary. I'm sorry that was loud. I saw Beeferg's comment. He said, "You ever wonder who is taking a trade 10 minutes before FOMC and right before JP?" Yeah, the same people who put needles in their arms and wonder why their trades don't make them rich. That shit's crazy. If you have trades into those events, you have to understand they have a different level of risk. It's not that every single time this happens, it's not going to be good. Like, no, I mean, you can definitely trade during them, but you have to understand there's a certain level of risk there now. But yeah, no, I don't wonder, but you definitely see them everywhere, Beeferg. So you got to remember, when people take gambles, when people take lottos, you don't really hear them talk about it, you know? People are only going to really talk about their big wins. They're only going to, human psychology shows that they're only really going to share their journey when things are going for them, for the most part. You know, so a lot of the time these people take these trades, you're not even going to know about it unless it works out. And then at that time, then it's like, oh, they're a genius. Like, okay. So, I was eating still, but I thought that was a pretty good comment. Because you're so right. Wait, what are y'all typing in here? Dried beans and oh, dried beans. I was like, what? That was the first thing I read. Dried beans. Oh, dried beans. After 31 votes, it looks like the majority of you believe we will close over 486.50. Hopefully I didn't sway any opinions. Hopefully that is genuinely what y'all think. These are just fun guesses. Nobody guessed on price will close at exactly 486.50. Oh, you know another thing they need to take from Twitch? Channel points. They need to take channel points from Twitch, because y'all could have gambled channel points on that poll. And let's say like 90% of you bet over and 10% of you bet under. The people who bet under would have a lot more profits, of course, if they were correct. So that's something else they should take from Twitch. Yo, what's up, Mikey? Oh, that's kind of cool. He's sharing his like supporter role that he's been here for 7 months. So it's a long ass time. He said, I have a day job, plus trading was a hobby as a start until I met the BB system. I like the BB fam, and I've learned a lot. So happy and thankful for all the support. You too, Mikey. Seriously, thank you, man. That was a kick-ass... Honestly, thank you for posting that. That was awesome. I'm gonna screenshot that if that's okay with you. I'm sure you don't mind. Dude, that's awesome. I'm happy for you, man, because now all this too, like, I'm not trying to be depressing, but I mean all this could end right now, right? But you would have everything. You would still have everything we've learned in here. And that's what I'm happy to give, is something you can keep. It's something of true value. Excuse me. Damn. Who's cutting onions in here? You think they will hold? Will somebody bet on the price perfectly closing at the perfectly so I can root for you? What? The max pain is 483? That's crazy. Oh, my bad. I didn't have financial juice up. I was eating. Load, you son of a bitch. Load! Load! There's important news being dumped. Alright. Fine, don't load. I didn't want you to load anyway. Oh, there it is. Love watching FOMC count. I know, I do too. I'm not gonna lie. It's just crazy how fast things can move. Cause like you realize we're witnessing like millions and millions and billions of dollars moving. That's the part that like always blows my mind. Yo, did we call the 483? Are they gonna go down just because the max pain is a lot lower than current price? That's what surprised me. If they wick this and go up, so many people are losing money today. I would love to see this wick up just launch to 490. That'd be hilarious. I am, of course, all cash right now, so I have genuinely no bias in this move. My phone is blowing up, dude. Twitter is on fire right now. Oh my god, you have to see this tweet. This tweet is hilarious. So y'all remember last time those environmentalists or whatever the hell they were, they came in and he was like, shut the damn door. I mean, I'm not going to say the word, but he said shut the door. Macrodose tweeted, security staff practicing before Pal's speech, and it's them shutting a billion doors of shutting the door. That's a genius tweet. Genius tweet. By the way, guys, you should definitely follow him and check out his content. This is where I get some of my breakdowns on economic information. This guy's a genius. I love the way he breaks things down. Super nice guy. He even followed me back. He gave me a cool DM one day. appreciating the support. And I told him I brag about him on stream all the time, but that tweet is hilarious. I had to retweet that. That's too good. Sorry guys, just resharing charts in chat in case anybody's freaking out. There you go, no rate cut, market bleeds. Yeah, I still don't think this is the important information though. The important information is about to be after this. Someone get me a link. Someone who's reliable, please get me a link. Put it in Discord. Jerome Powell. I might get the link on this website. Actually, wait, I think it's right there actually. Oh, I was eating my burger. Yep, right there, as soon as I shut it. Y'all hear that? Alright, we'll mute that for now. And yeah, share your opinions, guys, in the comment section here. Let us know. Or let everyone know here. What do you think's going to happen? What do you think Powell's going to do? Does Powell pump the market? Does he dump the market? Does he stick to the script? What do we see here today? Pretty insane movement so far, but not really going far right now. Leland's thinking hawkish. Rambo saying pump it. Jay saying 486 because of the daily 9 EMA. How are you doing, by the way, today, Jay? Powell will say we will continue to do everything we can to get inflation back to our... Oh, yeah, I mean, that's... I put $1 billion on that bet. That's a for sure bet. Alexis thinking the pamp. And yeah, just fun guesses. I mean, it's not like we're marrying these choices we're making right now. Pretty good. Went to the Hawks and Lakers game. Oh, nice. I heard that game was pretty good, actually. I'm sure you had floor seats. You were hanging out with, like, you know, LeBron and all that. I'm sure. Wait, isn't Russell Westbrook on the Lakers now, or am I tripping? I don't even remember anymore. I stopped paying attention because their team started getting insane. The Clippers? Oh, okay, I'm dumb. Damn, the Clippers are stacked then. Oh, that's right, because they were like trying to do it's like the old OKC team, but without Durant, or without what's his name? Rambo said, blocking this Leland guy for already knowing the speech skit before the speech. Oh god, I thought I was gonna sneeze and then I didn't. Alright. My dog's like, hurry, pal's about to start. Alright. Yeah, OKC was one of the craziest rosters. I am watching the Pipe Pro instead. Kelly Slater is in the water now. And some Tesla puts, though. Wait, where are you watching Kelly Slater at? Where are you watching this at? Is this on TV? Or you got a stream link? Like, what's up? Oh, there is a link. I'm watching with you, but I have it muted. Yo, say hi in that chat. Say hi. I typed hi, Leland. I see it. I see you typed Bueller. Yo, these are some really good cameras. Holy crap. I was actually wondering how the camera, like, stuff were. Okay, they literally have that guy, like, in the water, too. That's crazy. What are these man-made waves we're seeing? Why are they so perfect-looking waves? Are these... This is a perfect time to go surf. Jesus. Where is this at? Are they in Florence? Is this in Italy? They have tons of cameras, zoom on the shore, cameras in the water, multiple drones. That's crazy. Rambo typed hi in here. I got 3 streams going. I got mine, I got the POW conference that isn't going yet, and I got this surfing stream going. While Faith destroys her bed back there. Chat is disabled for this live stream. Yeah, probably for you know, probably for the better. Probably for the better that they don't you know, let people talk in these streams or type in these streams. First Fed rate cut in March versus May, now priced at about even odds. So it's about 50-50 to see are we getting interest cuts March or May, and that will cause more price action. So based on rate futures previously, March had been seen as more likely. Okay. Yeah, we knew about that. We knew about that. March has always been the target for everybody right now, but things can change. Things can change. If inflation starts spiking again, or if something happens, you know, it can definitely change, and they can say, hey, May's gonna be where we push it out to, and then maybe we see a dip in the markets. So we'll see. If he says anything along the lines of we're not doing it in March, like anything near the tone of that, like he's not gonna say that, but if you hear a tone like that, it's not good. People would type slur. Yeah, no, 100% they would. 100% they would. What's up, fool? How are you doing today? How are you doing right now? How you feeling? What you up to? Tired dealing with IT and boomers. Feel that. Well, I don't feel that, but sorry you have to deal with that. What's worse, IT or boomers? Actually, that's probably a case-by-case question. Rambo. Jesus Christ, that is moving so fast, I just realized. Can I not go back? Oh, into another page. Okay. All right, we have about 14 minutes. Actually, about 13 minutes until PAL. At that moment, I will, of course, unmute the other stream we have up. Wait, Leland, who am I rooting for? I need to have I need to have someone to root for here. Am I going for Robinson, Slater, or I'm not saying the last one. I don't even know how to say that name. Waida? Waida? Waiter. Spy still having trouble getting back above 486.50. I probably chose the best level for our little poll question here, which 46 votes now. 63% of you are saying we're going to close over that level. 33% say we're going to close under that level. The vote started pouring in. And we have 80 people in here. Welcome each and every one of you. Be sure to drop a like on today's stream if you find any of today's info helpful. A lot of the game plans have already come and gone. Right now, we're just kind of chilling, waiting for all the news and the price action to start moving. Just chilling, though. Nice rejection away from 486.50s there. Can I click this one? Nope. I like I can click. Oh, there is it is a little bit more bold. I didn't even notice. Sorry guys, I'm leaving this up just because it has the stream ready for me to click on it. Also, if anything hits here, I just want it to be shown. Plus, if anybody who's just now clicking on here can see that interest rate decision did come in at 5.5%. Ten minutes. 10 minutes. 9.5 minutes. Kelly Slater just because he's Slater, but even both the other two guys are awesome. Jack Robinson is crazy good. Oh, so, okay, so I'm rooting for Slater, but alright, bet. Yeah, alright. I just became the biggest Slater fan overnight. It says they'll be right back, damn it. Don't they know? Oh, they must know Pal's about to talk. Respect. So we're gonna start watching surf events together in the Discord? Boomers calling scripts apps, then being mad it doesn't have a full GUI so they can press buttons, the usual. Leland, yeah. Leland and Full would probably be best friends. He said, sounds like my dad. I wrote a Python bot that scalps golf tee times for him. And he's always like, I don't get why you can't just make it a website. Listen here, Dad. That's not how Python works. Just came in as expected, Sand Dollar, 5.5. We're just still waiting on Pal in 7.5 minutes. I mean, this was expected, though. It was like over 97% or 98%. Yeah, when we do the podcast and we do the Leland episode, I'm gonna ask him to explain the golf bot to y'all. I think it would be hilarious. The different things that has happened across that I definitely could ask him just off my memory alone. And it's pretty funny. I'm telling you, first episode of the podcast, it's Leland. Episode 1, all about the land of the Lee. They made a new low of day for a moment there. So they are definitely pulling away with another bearish retest to the downside after breaking 486.50s. Will this continue though? The dip before the rip of Jerome Powell. Who knows? Will Powell send us further down? Will he send us right back up into range? Who knows? Tesla puts paying. Good stuff. No rate cut, no. The big news right now is to see, are they going to let us cut in March or in May? And if they lead towards May, then it could cause more downside in the market short term before a dip buy. To again, you know, head back up before the news comes out. So we'll either be seeing more blood into March or we'll be seeing more blood into May. Most likely into March just in general. Seasonality in February is not that hot. So most likely we'll see some red charts in February, but who knows? Seasonality doesn't always mean that we're going to always be that direction. No problem, $10. And guys, we only have an hour and a half in the stream, but we only have T-minus 5 minutes before Jerome Powell. How's everyone doing? Let's get a wellness check. How's everyone feeling? Everybody stand up, stretch your arms, stretch your legs. Go get a water. Go get a Dos Equis. Get something. We only have 56 likes. On my screen, I have 70. Yeah, 70. Yo, can the surfing come back on? Oh, they are back on. I'm just slow. There we are. I can totally outsurf that guy. Is this Slater I'm watching? God, the controls some of these dudes have. Hey, they look clean. Damn, that was long. I bet Leland can do that on his surfboard. Man, that was the wave's fault. That wasn't even his fault. Here we go. Here we go. Oh. God, that's so crazy watching the wave like come up. Pick them up. Yeah, see, that's the wave's fault, man. That was a weak wave. Weak wave. Alright, I can't watch any more surfing. Headset is coming on. Jerome Powell's about to start. Let me know if that's too loud or not. If it's too loud or too quiet. And then you'll probably have to retell me when Pal starts talking. no, VIX above 14. Uh-oh, you know what that means. Scamming's about to be at an all-time high. That damn VIX. Always scamming us. VIX over 14, panic. Yeah, VIX over 14, call your family. Let them know to not go outside. Hey, we broke 70 likes. Y'all are crazy. I'm actually impressed we've retained this amount of viewers all day. Haven't done this in a while, but I know y'all like the full day streams. But still, respect. Thanks for being here. I know it's been kind of boring, but we've been waiting for this. What is this music I'm hearing, dude? Is that from them? Alright, let me know if it's too quiet or not when he starts talking. They turned the weird music off for a second. That was weird. Peep the dollar. Yeah, dollar got a nice move up just now. I paused my music. Oh, he's coming. Good
afternoon. My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. The economy has made good progress toward our dual mandate objectives. Inflation has eased from its highs without a significant increase in unemployment. That's very good news. But inflation is still too high, ongoing progress in bringing it down is not assured, and the path forward is uncertain. I want to assure the American people that we are fully committed to returning inflation to our 2% goal. Restoring price stability is essential to achieve a sustained period of strong labor market conditions that benefit all. Today, the FOMC decided to leave our policy interest rate unchanged and to continue to reduce our securities holdings. Over the past 2 years, we have significantly tightened the stance of monetary policy.
Oh, we're about to
Our
pump.
strong actions have moved our policy rate well into restrictive territory, and we've been seeing the effects on economic activity and inflation. As labor market tightness has eased and progress on inflation has continued, the risks to achieving our employment and inflation goals are moving into better balance. I will have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments.
Oh, he stuttered. It's gonna dump.
Recent indicators suggest that economic activity has been expanding at a solid pace. GDP growth in the fourth quarter of last year came in at 3.3%. For 2023 as a whole, GDP expanded at 3.1%, bolstered by strong consumer demand as well as improving supply conditions. Activity in the housing sector was subdued over the past year, largely reflecting high mortgage rates. High interest rates also appear to have been weighing on business fixed investment. The labor market remains tight, but supply and demand conditions continue to come into better balance. Over the past 3 months, payroll job gains averaged 165,000 jobs per month, a pace that is well below that seen a year ago, but still strong. The unemployment rate remains low at 3.7%. Strong job creation has been accompanied by an increase in the supply of workers. The labor force participation rate has moved up on balance over the past year, particularly for individuals aged 25 to 54 years, and immigration has returned to pre-pandemic levels. Nominal wage growth has been easing and job vacancies have declined. Although the jobs to workers gap has narrowed, labor demand still exceeds the supply of available workers. Inflation has eased notably over the past year, but remains above our longer run goal of 2%. Total PCE prices rose 2.6%
texted you before the
over
speech.
12 months ending in December. Excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.9%. The lower inflation readings over the second half of last year are welcome, but we will need to see continuing evidence to build confidence that inflation is moving down sustainably toward our goal. Longer-term inflation expectations appear to remain well anchored, as reflected in a broad range of surveys of households, businesses, and forecasters, as well as measures from financial markets. The Fed's monetary policy actions are guided by our mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. My colleagues and I are acutely aware that high inflation imposes significant hardship as it erodes purchasing power, especially for those least able to meet the higher costs of essentials like food, housing, and transportation. We're highly attentive to the risks that high inflation
This
poses to
5-minute
both
candle's
sides
about
of
to
our
close.
mandate, and we're strongly committed to returning inflation to our 2% objective. Over the past 2 years, we have raised our policy rate by 5.25 percentage points, and we've decreased our securities holdings by more than $1.3 trillion, the process of significantly reducing our securities holdings. We believe that our policy rate is likely at its peak for this tightening cycle, and that, if the economy evolves broadly as expected, it will likely be appropriate to begin dialing back policy restraint at some point this year.
Uh-oh.
But the economy has surprised forecasters
Ruh-roh.
in many ways since the pandemic, and ongoing progress toward our 2% inflation objective is
Bearish
not sure.
hammer.
The economic outlook is uncertain, and we remain highly attentive to inflation risks. We are prepared to maintain the current target range for the federal funds rate.
God, I bet the
longer
1 minute's
if
so
appropriate.
wild, I don't even want to go to it.
As labor market tightness has eased and progress on inflation has continued, the risks to achieving our employment and inflation goals are moving into better balance. We know that reducing policy restraint too soon or too much could result in a reversal of the progress we've seen on inflation and ultimately require even tighter policy to get inflation back to 2%. At the same time, reducing policy restraint too late or too little could unduly weaken economic activity and employment. In considering any adjustments to the target range for the federal funds rate, the committee will carefully assess the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. The committee does not expect that it will be appropriate to reduce the target range until it has gained greater confidence that inflation is moving sustainably toward 2%. We will continue to make our decisions meeting by meeting.
Continue.
We remain committed to bringing inflation back down to our 2% goal and to keeping longer-term inflation expectations
Bearish hammer still holding.
well anchored. Restoring price stability is essential to set the stage
3
for
minutes on that
achieving
5-minute candle.
maximum employment and stable prices over the longer run. To conclude, we understand
Take
that
a
our
shot.
actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to our questions.
Yes. Here's the juicy shit.
Gina Smiley from the New York Times. Thanks for taking our questions. Obviously, in the statement and just in your remarks there, you note that you don't want to cut interest rates without greater confidence that inflation is coming down fully. I wonder, what do you need to see at this point to gain that confidence? And as you make those decisions, how are you weighing recent strong growth in consumer spending data against the sort of solid inflation progress you've been seeing?
Great question.
How are you weighing the growth data and consumption data, which have been surprisingly strong, against inflation data?
Great question.
So what are we looking for to get greater confidence? Let me say that we have confidence. We're looking for greater confidence that inflation is moving sustainably down to 2%.
If you want better breakdowns on what's being said here today, please go to macro_dose on Twitter.
What do we want to
Best
see? We wanna
page
see
ever.
More good data. It's not that we're looking for better data. We're looking at continuation of the good data that we've been seeing. And a good example is inflation. So we have 6 months of good inflation data. The question really is, that 6 months of good inflation data, is it sending us a true signal that we are in fact on a path, a sustainable path down to 2% inflation? That's the question. And the answer will come from some more data that's also good data. It's not that the 6-month data isn't low enough. It is. It's just a question of can we take that with confidence that we're moving sustainably?
He just wants more confirmation. Makes
That's really
sense.
what we're thinking about. In terms of
A good trader.
growth, we've had strong growth. I mean, if you take a step back, we've had strong growth, very strong growth last year. Going
Bull
right
said,
into the
"Screw
fourth
your
quarter.
bearish hammer. We're about to form the
And
biggest
yet
bullish
we've
hammer
had a
you've
very
ever
strong
seen."
labor market, and we've had inflation
It's
coming down.
moving.
So I
30
think
seconds in that
whereas a year
5-minute
ago
candle.
We were thinking that we needed to see some softening in economic activity. That hasn't been the case. So I think we look at stronger growth. We don't look at it as a problem. I think at this point we want to see strong growth. We want to see a strong labor market. We're not looking for a weaker labor market. We're looking for inflation to continue to come down as it has been coming down for the last 6 months.
I could have answered this damn question.
And I'm sorry if I could just follow up very quickly. When you say that you want to make sure that it's a true signal, is there anything that you're seeing in the data that makes you doubt that it's a true signal at this stage?
No, I think I would say it seems to be the likely case that we will achieve that confidence, but we have to achieve it, and we haven't yet. And so, I mean, it's a good story. We have 6 months of good inflation, but you can, and you know this, you can look behind those numbers and you can see that a lot of it's been coming from goods inflation, for example, and goods inflation running significantly negative. It's a reasonable assumption that over time, goods inflation will flatten out, probably approximate zero.
Cap.
That would mean the services sectors would have to contribute more. So, in other words, what we care about is the aggregate number.
We're going to have entrenched
composition,
inflation.
but
We're never getting to
we
2%.
just need to see more. That's where we are as a committee. We need to see more evidence that sort of confirms what we think we're seeing and that tells us that we are gives us confidence that we're on a path to a sustainable path down to 2% inflation.
Nick Timros of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, it seems to me you raised rates rapidly over the last 2 years for two reasons. One was the risk
I
of
love
wage
when this
price
guy
spiral.
talks.
Two, there were risks of inflation expectations becoming unanchored. This morning's ECI report for the fourth quarter shows private sector payroll growth running at a sub 4% pace. Inflation expectations
Look, he's
are very
drinking
close
water.
to where they were before the inflation emergency of the last 3 years. And given that you appear to have substantially cut off these two tail risks, and that you've judged here today current policy is well into restrictive territory, what good reason is there to keep policy rates above 5%? Are you really going to learn more waiting 6 weeks versus 3 months from now that you have avoided those two
Yeah, explain
risks?
yourself.
So, as you know,
Oh, God.
almost every participant on the committee does believe that it will be appropriate to reduce rates. And for partly for the reasons that you say, you know, we feel like inflation is coming down. Growth has been strong. The labor market is strong. What we're trying to do is identify a place where we're really confident about inflation getting back down to 2% so that we can then begin the process of dialing back the restrictive level. So overall, I think people do believe, and as you know, the median participant wrote down 3 rate cuts this year. But I think to get to that place where we feel comfortable starting the process, we need some confirmation that inflation is in fact coming down sustainably to 2%.
If I could ask differently, if you hold rates high as inflation moderates, as it has been, target rates will exceed the prescriptions of the Taylor rule or its variants. What would be the reasoning for holding rates higher than the levels recommended by those rules in the current instance?
Well, I think, as you know, we consult a range of Taylor rules and non-Taylor kind of rules. We consult them regularly. They're in our teal book and they're in all the materials that we look at. But, you know, I don't think we've ever been at a place where we were setting policy by them. And they're, depending on the rule, it will tell you different things. There are many different formulations. Another way to think about it is, implicitly, is so in theory, of course, real rates go up if holding all else equal as inflation comes down. But that doesn't mean we can mechanically adjust policy as real rates, as inflation comes down. It doesn't mean that at all because, for one thing, we don't know. We look at more than just the Fed funds rate. We look at broadly financial conditions. But in addition, we don't know with great confidence where the neutral rate of interest is at any given time. But that also doesn't mean that we wait around to see the economy turn down because that would be too late. So we're really in a risk.
You have to take a shot every time they say the word rules.
As I mentioned in my opening remarks, managing the risk that we move too soon and move too late. And I think to move, which is where almost everyone on the committee is in favor of moving rates down this year. But the timing of that is going to be linked to our gaining confidence that inflation is on a sustainable path down to 2%.
Hi, thanks, Chair Powell. I'd like you to key in on the use of the word in the statement that inflation still remains elevated. You've pledged to cut rates before inflation reached 2%. So that implies that there's some sort of intermediate step here on inflation, and that a cut would be consequent.
Great
with
question.
a change in the statement language that inflation remains elevated. What's the step down from there?
Yeah, I don't know that we worked out the particular statement language.
Oh,
I
God.
would just say, if you look at where 12-month inflation is, and it's still well above. Core is 2.9%, for example, 12 months, which is way down from where it was. Very, very positive development, very fast decline, and the case is likely that it will continue to come down. So that's where it is. But we're wanting to see more data.
So if I could follow up on that, the statement allows that you want greater confidence on inflation falling before you cut, but it doesn't mention the other side of the mandate, a slide in employment. Would a slide in employment also bring you to the point of cutting rates?
Yes. So let me say that we're not looking for that. It's not something we're looking for. But yes, if you think about, in the base case, the economy is performing well. The labor market remains strong. If we saw an unexpected weakening certainly in the labor market, that would certainly weigh on cutting sooner. Absolutely. And if we saw inflation being stickier or higher or those sorts of things would argue for moving later. In the base case, though, where the economy is healthy and we have ongoing growth, solid growth, we have a strong labor market, we have inflation coming down, that's what people are writing their SEP around. And in that case, what we're saying is, based on that, we think we can and should take advantage of that and be careful as we approach that question of when to begin to dial back restriction.
God, I love FOMC.
Claire Jones, Financial Times. Just to circle back to the greater confidence aspect of the statement, there's been a lot of unanimity in recent meetings, and just wondering going forward, when it comes to all needing greater confidence, is the unanimity, or at least consensus among FOMC members, about what the threshold for that greater confidence is? And if not, could you maybe tell us a little bit about the discussion today on, what the variations between FOMC members was on what constitutes enough confidence to cut rates?
God, they got some
and
good-ass
also if there
questions
was any
today.
variation on how quickly that greater confidence threshold could be reached. Thank
So
you.
we're not really at that stage.
Yeah, but we wanted to know.
Proposal to cut rates.
Damn it.
Some people did, talk about their view of the rate path. I would point you to the SEP as good evidence of where people are, although it is one cycle later. So,
For real, dude,
we're
no
not-
political
we're not at a
questions. It's
place
been
of-
good.
of really working out those kinds of details because we weren't actively
Probably
considering
the best questions we've seen.
moving the federal funds rate down. I will say
Two of the
that
questions
there's
were kind
a
of the
wide
same question,
disparity,
but
a healthy disparity of
we'll take it.
views, and you see that in public statements, in the minutes, and the transcripts when they're released every 5 years. So
Win
there's
500.
a healthy, set of differences, and I think that's actually essential for making good policy. We're also able to reach agreement generally because we listen to each other, we compromise, and even though not everybody loves what we do, they're able to, for the most part, able to join in. To me, that's a well-functioning public institution.
Hi, Chair Powell, Rachel Smith from the Washington Post. Thanks for taking our questions. So over the past few years, there have been all these real-time indicators that helped us gain a sharper understanding of where the economy was, like open table data or office attendance. You've talked about vacancies in the past. And I'm wondering at the start of this year, what might be on that dashboard for you that's giving you the clearest picture of the economy, including on rents, if you could touch on that.
Including?
Rent
Ah.
costs.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
rent,
so
not
we're
runts.
you know,
What the hell are you
it's not the
saying?
pandemic, so we can actually rely on more traditional forms. People are working, they're getting wages.
I didn't even understand what she said. She said it
and
twice.
The economy is largely reopened and is broadly normalizing, as you see. So I wouldn't say we're looking at that sort of more innovative data as much. You know, you
Yo,
point to
purple
rent,
tie?
so, of
Looking
course,
slick.
We follow the components of inflation very carefully, which would be goods inflation. I talked about that a little bit. You mentioned housing inflation. So the question is, when will these lower market rents find their way into measured rents as measured in PCE inflation? And we think that's coming, and we know it's coming.
Nuggets
It's just a
sound
question
good?
of
Hell yeah,
when
they do.
And how big it'll be. So but that's in
Some
in
windy,
everyone's
spicy
forecast,
nuggets?
I would say. So that will help. But at the same time, we think goods inflation will probably. It's been giving a lot of disinflation to the effort, and probably that declines over time, but it may well have some more time to run. You know, the supply chains are not perfectly back to where they were. In addition,
It's
it
the
takes
Coke
time
slurs the
for
speech, dude. You're
the
probably not
healing
even
process
wrong.
to
That's
get
the
into
funny part.
crisis. So there may be still a tailwind.
Half
We'll
these
find
people are
out
probably on it.
with that. So we look at the things that relate to our
You gotta
very
be.
carefully, and, as you would imagine.
I guess just as a quick follow-up, do you feel comfortable at this point saying the economy has reached a soft landing, or is that part of looking for more confidence?
No, I wouldn't say we've achieved that, and I think we have a ways to go. Inflation is still, you know, core inflation.
Yeah, they're
is still
sticking to the
well
script,
above
guys. It
our
looks like we're
12
staying in
months.
range right
12
now.
months is our
We're not learning anything new.
certainly, I'm encouraged, and we're encouraged by the progress.
We're pretty much
but,
getting what we
you know,
expect to hear.
We're not
Powell
declaring
pump it,
victory at all.
but
Just I think we have
not
ways to
anything
go.
to keep us out of range. We're stuck inside of intraday range until we hear something new.
Thank you, Mr.
Some
Chairman.
some large selling happening right now.
You've said that you would
Probably
know the
profit
neutral
taking
rate
from all
by
this
its
buying.
works. So I'm wondering what you could
Oh,
tell
this
me.
guy always has great
How
questions.
do you believe the neutral rate is working? We're telling you right now that growth is stronger. In other words, how much is the economy really being restrained right now by the current funds rate? And how much restraint does it really need additionally if inflation is still coming down?
So I think you do see in the interest-sensitive parts of the economy, you do see, for example, housing, you see the effects, you do. Your second question, though, really, I think is important, and that is a lot of this has come through, a lot of the disinflationary process has come through the healing of supply chains and also of the labor market. So you've seen that other set of factors is really different from other cycles and has brought that working with tighter policy, which has enabled the supply side to recover, I think is that mixture has been behind what has enabled this. So no, we really do think that we're having an effect broadly across the economy. I would point to the interest-sensitive parts of the economy as well as spending generally. But it's a joint story. It's a complicated story.
But how much restraint are you actually imparting to the economy, would you say, relative to the neutral rate?
So I think it's of course you know that it's not something you can identify with any precision, but a standard approach would be to take the nominal rate, 5.3%, let's say, and subtract sort of a forward measure of inflation. If you do that, and there are many, many ways to calculate that neutral rate, but that's one I like to do. And you're going to get to something that is materially above mainstream estimates of neutrality, of the neutral rate, you will. But at the same time, you look at the economy and you say, this is an economy that grew 3.1% last year. And you say, what does that tell you about the neutral rate? What's happening, though, is the supply side has been recovering in the middle of this. So that won't go on forever. So a lot of the growth we're seeing it isn't just a tug of war between interest rates and demand. You're getting, more activity because of labor market healing and supply chains healing. So I think the question is when that peters out, I think the restriction will show up probably more sharply.
What does HR saying in here?
Thanks for taking the question, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned earlier we're not seeking a weaker labor market. I think you said. Can you talk a little bit more about that? Do you think the labor market now is back to quote unquote normal, and that we can achieve the inflation target without wage gains coming back down to what they were pre-pandemic? Even with today's ECI levels, they were still above those pre-pandemic levels.
I think the labor market by many measures is at or nearing normal, but not totally back to normal. And you pointed to one or more of them. So I think, job openings are not quite back to where they were. Wage increases rather are not quite back to where they would need to be in the longer run. I would look at it this way though.
I'm just sitting here chilling watching this event, and you guys are scalping this up and down like crazy.
The labor market. And that process will probably take some time. So wage setting is something that happens, it's probably will take a couple of years to get all the way back. And that's okay.
Yeah, it
That's
was a
okay.
vape.
But we do see, you saw today's ECI reading, the evidence is that that wage increases are still at a healthy level, very healthy level, but they're gradually moving back to levels that would be more associated, given assumptions about productivity, are more typically associated with 2% inflation. It's an ongoing process, a healthy one, and I think we're moving in the right direction.
So that process can continue without a weakening of the labor market, basically, you're saying?
Well, I think the labor market is, I don't know if it's rebalancing. Clearly, there was a fairly severe imbalance.
There was a
between
fairly odd
demand
parent
for workers and supply at the beginning of the pandemic. So we lost several million workers at the beginning of the pandemic from people dropping out of the labor force. And then when the economy reopened, you remember 2021, you had a severe labor shortage, and it was everywhere. The panic on the part of businesses couldn't find people. So what's happened is we expected the labor market to come back quickly, and it didn't. And 2022 was a disappointing year. And
Hell yeah, it was.
Maybe we won't get it back. And then 2023 we did, as you know. So labor force participation came
Shout
back
out to
strongly
2022
in 23, and so did immigration. Immigration came to a halt during the pandemic. So those two forces have.
I think it's rebalancing. What a fool.
Balancing,
cutting.
It's still a very strong labor market. It's still a good labor market for wages and for finding a job, but it's getting back into balance. And that's what we want to see. And one great way to look at that is what's happening with wage increases. And you see it now across the major things that we track.
Back then, we used to root for the word quantitative easement.
Clear trend, still at high levels, but back down to where what would be consistent with where we were before the pandemic and with 2% inflation.
Hi, Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. Thank you. I wanted to follow up on Rich's question.
No, I didn't say anything bad. He's pretty much just said a bunch of expected information, nothing really new.
Anything that suggests that inflation could re-accelerate from here, and it sounds like you're saying you're not worried that solid growth from here on out poses any risk to inflation. Thank you.
No, I think that is a risk, the risk that inflation would reaccelerate. I think the greater risk is that it would stabilize at a level meaningfully above 2%. That's to me more likely. Of course, if inflation were to surprise by moving back up, we would have to respond to that, and that would be a surprise at this point. But I have to tell you, that's why we keep.
Oh God, he just set up such a nasty scenario.
So I think both of those are risks, but I think the more.
Oh God.
The one that I mentioned, which is you've had 6 good months.
If inflation ever spikes in the next quarter, bro, we are going to see the craziest bloodbath.
When we look back, what will we see? Will inflation have dipped and then come back up? Are the last 6 months flattered by factors that are one-off?
He even said it himself.
We don't think so. We don't. That's not what we think. But that's the question we are asking. We have to ask, and we want to get comfort on that.
And just one quick follow-up. Governor Waller had mentioned the revisions that are coming on February 9th for the CPI data. Is that something you're watching as well? And if
no, we watch PCE around here.
Fairly minor. Is that going to give you more confidence where things are going?
We'll just have to see. Yeah, we look at this. Last year was a surprise.
Ha ha ha! Yeah, laugh that one off. I would too.
Michael McKee, Bloomberg Radio and Television. If you don't want to use the term soft landing, would you say at least that from your point of view now, the other scenario of a hard landing caused by the Fed is off the table, or the risks have diminished very much? And you mentioned below 2% inflation on a 3-month basis. Core PCE has been running at 1.5%. And there are those on Wall Street who think that if you maintain the level of restriction you have right now, you could end up with inflation running below your target. How do you see that?
So your first question, how to describe where we are. So I guess I would just say this. Executive summary would be that growth is solid to strong over the course of last year. The labor market, 3.7% unemployment indicates that the labor market is strong. We've had just about 2 years now of unemployment under 4%. That hasn't happened in 50 years, so it's a good labor market. And we've seen inflation come down. We've talked about that. So we've got 6 months.
Recession canceled. He said I'm solid.
That there's more to come. So this is a good situation. Let's be honest. This is a good economy.
I like my trade, but I am shaking, man.
The outlook, we do expect growth.
Then it sounds like you don't need to be in that trade, man.
For some time, and it hasn't happened. But we do expect that
Powell have an eye problem when
supply chain and labor market normalization runs its course. The labor market is rebalancing, as I mentioned. Job creation has slowed. The base of job growth has narrowed. And of course, 12-month inflation is above target and getting down closer to target. It's not guaranteed, but we do seem to be getting on track for that. So those are the risks and questions we have to answer. But overall, this is a pretty good picture. It is a good picture. Your second question was, sorry.
Could you get inflation that is below target, end up with inflation below target, and you have to do something about that?
So the thing is, we're not looking for inflation to tap the 2% base once. We're looking for it to settle out over time at 2%. And the same thing is true. If we have a month or two of lower, and we have that now.
God, I bet TNS is insane to read during this.
At a lower level, that wouldn't be good. We're not looking to have inflation anchor below 2%. We're looking to have it anchor at 2%. So if we do face those circumstances, then we'll have to deal with that. I think as of now, the question, which we want to take advantage of this situation and finish the job on inflation while keeping the labor market strong.
Edward Lawrence from Fox Business. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking this. So as I've heard from some district Fed presidents, is it, in your view, a little premature to think that rate cuts are right around the corner? And then when we do see that first rate cut, should we interpret that as the beginning of a rate cut cycle, or is it a one-off?
Great question.
So I'll point to that language on your first question. We included that language in the statement to signal clearly that with strong growth, strong labor market, inflation coming down, the committee intends to move carefully as we consider when to begin to dial back the restrictive stance that we have in place. So if you take that to
new low of day,
current context, we're going to be data dependent. We're going to be looking at this meeting by meeting. Based on the meeting today, I would tell you that I don't think it's likely that the committee will reach a level of confidence by the time of the March meeting.
Still 3 minutes in that 5-minute candle.
March is the time to do that, but that's to be seen. So I wouldn't call, when you ask me about in the near term, I'm hearing that as March. I would say.
Oh my gosh.
It's probably not the most likely case, or what we
I might as well just tap 45 real quick.
Then your second question is.
Is this the start?
Just tap it and see what happens.
Is it the start of a cutting cycle?
If that closes lower, that's going to be wild.
That's going to depend on the data. The whole thing is, this is going to depend on the data. We're going to be looking at the economic data as it affects the outlook and the balance of risks, and we're going to make our decisions based on that. And it could wind up, we'll have another SEP at the March meeting, and people will write down what they think. But in the end, it's really going to depend on how the economy evolves. We talked about there are risks that would cause us to go slower. For example, stronger inflation, more persistent inflation. There are risks that would cause us to, or if they happened, it would cause us to go faster and sooner, and that would be a weakening in the labor market, or for that matter, very, very persuasive lower inflation. Those are the kinds of things. So we're just going to be reacting to the data. That's really the only way we can do this.
Victoria. Hi, Victoria Guido with Politico. Could you talk a little bit more about...
Damn, do I gotta scroll the chart down for a second?
You mentioned multiple times about the level of wage growth that's consistent with 2% inflation. We've obviously seen, you were talking about ECI this morning, in which it's cooled a little bit.
He's answering a lot of questions.
Above what you wanted to see growth has been very strong. How much of those numbers do you attribute to productivity, and do you see that productivity as sort of just temporary because of the factors, the labor and supply chain factors you were talking about, or do you think that productivity growth will fade over time?
So this is a really interesting question, and I think my own view is, I think if you look back to the pandemic, you saw a spike in productivity as workers were laid off and activity didn't decline as fast. And then you saw a deep trough of productivity. And then over the last, you saw high productivity last year in 23. I think we're basically in the throes of getting through the pandemic economy. And the question will be, what is it that has changed? The productivity tends to be based on, fundamental aspects of our economy. Is there a case, will it be the case that we come out of this more productive, more
King of screenshots around here?
I don't know. What would it take? It would take, people talk about AI, but my guess is that we may shake out and be back where we were, because I'm not sure I see.
No, Mel, hold up.
Big productivity in.
Hold up. You don't get to say should have held a runner, 300% miss. You don't get to say that. Do you know why? Because if I scroll up, not even a full 3 scrolls. Where are you at? I like my trade, but I am shaking, man. You shouldn't be saying this if you were just saying this. Keep that energy, man.
Get it? Yeah.
You did what you did.
Hi, Chair Powell. Nancy Marshall-Genzer with Market.
We will not cry. We will not bitch.
A little bit more about housing. I'm wondering, how closely are you watching rent and housing prices?
You shouldn't be pissed. You just said you were shaking. You're not allowed to be pissed.
Like housing prices are not coming down.
You're going to do better tomorrow or whenever. 484.
So when we think about,
this is crazy move.
Our statutory goals are maximum employment and price.
I told you earlier, if he said,
we're not targeting housing,
I don't think we're going to be cutting in March, or if he shows any weakness towards them cutting in March, it's not good. And he word for word said it. That's very scary. It's just because we don't have any idea where we're going to go from here,
The housing
We don't know if he's cutting in March or if they want to cut in May.
And when we raise rates, the housing industry can be hurt because it's a very interest-sensitive sector. On top of that, we have longer run problems with the availability of housing. We have a built-up set of cities and people are moving further and further out, so that there hasn't been enough housing built. And these are not things that we have any tools to address. But where it comes into play very specifically in our work is inflation, which is a combination. It's really rental inflation. You're taking owner's equivalent rent and then actual rent paid by tenants, and you're running that through the CPI calculation or the PCE calculation, the one we look at.
PCE,
what
told you.
that's telling you is that market rents are increasing at a much lower rate or even being flat, and that will show up in inflation over time. It has to, as long as that remains the case. So.
And just real quick, what is your response to the letter that was sent to you by some members of Congress asking the Fed to lower interest rates to make housing more affordable?
My response is what I started with, which is that our job, the job Congress has given us, is price stability and maximum employment. Price stability is absolutely essential for people's lives, most importantly not most importantly, mostly for people at the lower end of the income spectrum who are living at the edges, at the margins. And so for someone like that, high inflation in the necessities of life, right away you're in trouble. Whereas even middle class people have some scope to absorb higher costs. So we have to it's our job. It's what society has asked us to do, is to get inflation down. And the tools that we use to do it are interest rates. So that's how we think about that.
Courtney Brown from Axios. Can you give us some insight into whether the committee discussed the possibility of slowing balance sheet runoff in the months ahead?
Yes. So I would start by saying that balance sheet runoff so far has gone very well. And
What's up, Crater?
as the process has continued, we're getting to that time where questions are beginning to come into greater
Damn, shots
focus about
fired.
the pace of runoff and all that. So at this meeting, we did have some discussion of the balance sheet, and we're planning to begin in-depth discussions of balance sheet issues at our next meeting in March. So those questions are all coming into scope now, and we're focusing on them. But we're at the beginning of that process, I would say.
Quick follow-up, is it the case that the Fed would decide to lower rates and make adjustments to the balance sheet runoff in tandem?
Yes, we do. We see those as independent tools, and so they don't. For example, if you're normalizing policy, you might be reducing rates but continuing to run off the balance sheet. In both cases, that's normalization. But from a strict monetary policy standpoint, you could say we're loosening and one with tightening. So that could happen. It's not something we're planning or thinking about, but right now we're thinking about getting to a place where we're going to see the balance sheet runoff to continue. We're watching it carefully, and as I said, we'll be looking into that as a committee starting in March.
Thanks.
Simon Urbanovich with The Economist. Thank you, Chair Powell. You've mentioned 6 good months of inflation data, but that not being
Does
enough to
everybody
build
in the
up
room get a
confidence.
question? Jesus.
Based on your previous response that your base case is you probably wouldn't start easing yet in March, the implication is that 8 good months might not be enough either. Roughly how many months do you think you might need of good inflation data to be confident?
Yeah, I'm not in a position to put a number on it. I'm just going to say, it's not that we don't have any confidence. We have growing confidence, but not to the point where we feel like it's a highly consequential decision to start the process of dialing back on restriction, and we want to get that right. And we feel like the strong economy, strong labor market, inflation coming down, it gives us the ability to do that. We think that's the best way we can serve the public, because ultimately we've made a lot of progress on inflation. We just want to make sure that we do get the job done in a sustainable way. That's how we're thinking about it. In terms of when that'll be, that'll all come out of our communications, and we won't keep that a secret.
Hi, Chair Powell. Evan Reiser with M&I Market News. Can you explain a little bit more on what you're considering when tapering QT? Do you need to see the overnight
quantitative
reverse repo
tightening,
facility
quantitative tightening.
all the way down to zero, or is it
I can't
something
speak
that you can
English.
start
Where's
with
my
a
chart?
couple $100 billion there?
Not a decision that we've made, but I wouldn't think we wouldn't be taking a position that it's got to go to zero. I mean, if it were to stabilize at a different level, but that's not a decision that we've made. That's what we'll be talking about at the March meeting. A whole range of issues will be briefed up, and the committee will get into all of the issues that will be arising over the course of the next, let's say, year or so.
Thanks, Greg Robb from Market Watch. Chair Powell, I want to change gears a little bit. In the presidential primary campaign that's been going on for the last 9 months or so, your name has come up often, and many Republican candidates said that they probably wouldn't want to give you a third term. So I wanted to give you a
'Cause they're tripping.
Talk about that. Do you want another term? You've had on the Fed. What's your stance on that?
I don't have a stance on that. It's not something I'm focused on. Focused on doing our jobs.
Preach!
This year is going to be a highly consequential year for the Fed and for monetary policy, and we're all of us very buckled down, focused on doing our jobs.
Preach. That was a great response. Keep that political bullshit out of here.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Jennifer Schonberger with Yahoo Finance. As you mentioned, core PCE has been running at 1.9% over the past 6 months, and you guys are actually expecting core inflation higher this year at 2.4% compared to that 6-month measure. Given that forecast and that the median is for 3 rate cuts this year, what happens if inflation stays where it's been over the last 6 months for the next 6 months?
So we'll update our inflation forecasts at the next meeting. You referred to the December meeting. That's 3 months old, so it might be lower now given the data we've gotten. So look, as I mentioned, we're going to be reacting to the data. If we get very strong inflation data and it kicks back up, then we'll go slower or later or both. If we got really good inflation data soon, that would matter for both that would tell us that we could go sooner and perhaps go faster. So we're just going to be, but of course we'll weigh that with all the other factors. We're setting policy based on the totality of the data.
But just to follow, if inflation stays where it is currently, that would probably mean that the real interest rate becomes more restrictive. Would that mean you'd have to trim more, perhaps, than you already have factored in?
Well, I think if we came to the view that that the 6-month inflation numbers, which are very close to 2, were in PCE world, if we came to if that's the,
PCE world, I love that.
Then yes, our policy would be in a different place. It would, but that's the whole point. Is we're trying to get comfortable and gain confidence that is where that inflation is on a sustainable path down to 2% or toward 2%.
Hi, Chair Powell. Daniel Davis, Agence France Presse. I just wondered if I could get your comment on the recent consumer confidence data. It seems to suggest that consumers are sort of moving towards a much more optimistic view of the economy. I just wonder, is it fair to say that they're moving towards where the Fed appears to have been in recent months? And do you think that inflation and falling inflation perhaps has played a role in that? And what challenges do you see going forward? Thank you.
Yeah, so it's been
You have to whisper,
it's
bro.
been interesting that confidence surveys have been weak at a time when unemployment has been low, very low, historically low for a couple of years. But nonetheless, that's been the case, and we've asked ourselves why that is. And one obvious answer, we don't pretend to have perfect wisdom on this, but one obvious answer is that the price level is high. So prices went up much more than 2% per year for a couple of years, and people are going to the store and they're paying much more for the basics of life than they were 2 years ago, 3 years ago, and they're not happy about it. And it's fine that inflation's coming down, but the prices they're paying are still high. So that is what that has to be some part of why people are unhappy, and they're right to be unhappy. This is why we need to keep price stability. It's why we need to do our jobs, is so that people don't have to deal with things like this. In terms of you're right. In recent surveys, you've seen a couple of significant increases in consumer confidence or happiness with the economy. I guess that's a good thing. That can support spending, can support economic activity. There's some evidence of that. But it is a fact that we have seen a meaningful increase. I think levels of confidence are still maybe not as high as they've been at various times, but they certainly have come up.
Thank you for taking our questions. Brian Menace, CNN Business. Committee members have said they'd like to meet with business leaders and stakeholders in person to learn more about the economy in real time, given that some data are subject to large revisions, the issue of seasonal adjustments being thrown off balance, and many readings of the economy being quarterly. So did any members say they've learned anything not yet reflected in the data, or have you yourself learned anything through anecdotal evidence that hasn't been captured in the data yet?
Well, yes. I'm a big believer that yes. So we do meet with outside groups who come from all different parts of the economy, and I always feel like I spent most of my life in the private sector looking at individual management teams, and then building out from that. And so starting with GDP data and working into what's actually affecting people's lives is challenging. It's very hard. So I really like anecdotal data. In addition, as you know, the 12 reserve banks have really the best network of anyone. That in all their districts, they're talking to not just the business community, but the educational, medical, all nonprofit community. They have arms into all of that, and so when they come back, that's what goes into the beige book. But that they come back, and what each reserve bank president does is, during the Outlook go around, they'll say, in my district, and they'll talk about 100 conversations. They won't talk up. They will give you input based on 100 conversations that they've had with people of all different walks, and I personally find it very helpful in understanding what's going on. And also, I think you hear things before they show up in the data sometimes.
Did any of them notice slowing economy based on what they've heard from their district?
Yes, I mean, if you look back at the last, not this beige book, but the one before, there was a lot of slower activity. I think that what you're hearing now is things are picking up a bit. You're hearing, not in every district, and not every person that we talk to, but your overall, it feels like you're hearing things picking up at the margin. So that's what comes through.
Thank you, sir. Jeff Cox from CNBC.com. Just kind of looking to put it all together. You talked about basically the economy looking strong with 3.3% annualized growth in the fourth quarter. Does the strength of the economy speak more loudly to you now than any inflation threat might? That you're in a position, in other words, to keep rates elevated as long as the economy stays strong, and you're more tilted towards that. And then also, perhaps, are you worried at all that the economy is maybe a little too strong right now, and that inflation could come back at some point?
I'm not so worried about that. It's again, we've had inflation come down without a slow economy and without important increases in unemployment, and there's no reason why we should want to get in the way of that process if it's going to continue. So I think declining inflation, continued declines in inflation are really the main thing we're looking at. Of course, we want the labor market to remain strong too. We don't have a growth mandate. We've got a maximum employment mandate and a price stability mandate, and those are the two things we look at. Growth only matters to the extent it influences our achievement of those two mandates. Thank you very much.
Well, that was interesting. We learned a lot. First, it wasn't really anything. It was like kind of to the script, and then he started talking about kind of what I was telling y'all about. Like, really, the only new thing we could ever hear is that does he have any confidence in it being in March or it being in May for the actual starting of the cuts? And then also somebody made a good point in that meeting with the question saying, when you do start cutting the interest rate, are you going to start going on a cycle of cuts, or is it just going to be like here and there kind of thing, And that was a great question that I didn't even think about. So that was some new information. So he sounded a little hesitant on that last part I was talking about, but with the March, he didn't sound too confident in us for sure knowing that we're going to start cutting interest rate there. So that is why the market was brought down as well as it was looking too. I mean, we were looking actually pretty good, headed towards 489 there for a bit. Got up to today's open, rejected, fell all the way. Does anybody need any help, by the way? I see somebody in chat, asking questions about the order of operations. At any point, was anyone in here, like, super bullish at any point? There was a small opportunity in this vicinity when buyers had a chance to get up to today's open, but was anybody bullish at today's point? Because... And I'm not saying any of this like, oh, you should have known, dummy. Like, no, I'm genuinely asking because this follows the order of operations video. We had a lower open, rejected under a very good area of where it's supposed to be demand, turned it into supply, fell down to the next area, saw demand act up. We see buyers showing up here multiple times, even a couple higher lows. We see them break it into the meeting. Of course, this isn't going to follow natural price history, but overall, you can see it did still follow the trend, though. It stayed under today's open, broke back under the support right here that they were trying to hold. So we're going to definitely clean up today's levels. Like I'm going off price action. If you guys were gambling during the FOMC stuff, I'm not hating on you for that. That's of course 50-50. This isn't going to follow natural price history like I said, but at any point was anybody bullish, during this? I feel like it still followed the trend. It still followed everything we talk about. If you've seen the order of operations video, one of the latest videos on my channel, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. Find 50. This video. Should definitely check this video out. Kind of slept on. Couldn't break 488. Yeah, that would have definitely given you more triggers for bulls. I agree. And that's, I'm not hating on anybody who was bullish. I'm genuinely just talking about like the direction of levels that everyone noticed the trend we were. I mean, we were definitely in a bearish trend all day, but there was, of course, a good spot here, and of course, a good gamble during the meeting that did get a nice move. Did I see what? I didn't even see you post it anywhere. I was looking for it. What the? What? That's a mind-blowing percentage. 1,311.11%. Blows my mind. All right, what's everyone up here, or what's everyone in here doing? No, that's fine, Alexis. Yeah. Just the overhead resistance. Damn, what a day. I can't believe it's the last 30 minutes of the day. If you stick around to the last 3 minutes of the stream, I'm going to be cleaning up the chart. So we'll like probably delete a bunch of the zones you see here on my chart because some of them have been invalidated today. Pretty much just these two. I'll probably leave the top one there. Leaving that, we'll be deleting this. We'll be deleting this. Open it up more. Be deleting this. We will be deleting whatever the hell that is. Yeah, we have not invalidated zones in a long time. Yeah, we'll be deleting this. We'll be deleting this. Leaving this. Deleting these two levels. Leave that. Leave this. And that's it. That's all we'll delete. I didn't even bother deleting that opening just because it never really got retested, and then that next day it never broke under that to go touch it. So I was like, whatever, I'll just leave it. And 484 right there. What do you know? So this was from the 22nd. Open of the 22nd. And this is why chart maintenance is so important. You know, having your high of day supply, previous day low demand, and then, you know, if it doesn't get invalidated, there's no point in deleting it. You know, and then if it does get invalidated, delete it, move on to the next. Delete it, move on to the next. Delete it, move on to the next. Doesn't get invalidated, leave it. I left this one here even after it got pushed through, and it got used today twice. So chart maintenance is everything. This is why it's very important to pay attention to some of the videos we post publicly, because those are some of the most crucial videos, like order of operations. I cannot tell you how much. I mean, we go over that every single day. How many of you guys in here know what I'm talking about? Order of operations, doing things in the right order, reading trend in the right direction, in the right order, just doing things in the right way. Oh, it broke under today's open. All right, I'm bearish until what? Until it hits the next level, or until it retests this, or that, like knowing what's next. If this, then that. But yeah, that'll be some of our chart maintenance we do here in a minute. Dollar is spiking right now to the upside. Dollar about to break consolidation. Gonna cause more pressure probably. Bears are still retesting away from support. That's crazy. Really nice move to the downside. Sorry guys, I was typing a lot. I'm done. What's up, brother?
Oh, had a hell of a day.
Pretty damn good day.
That's
Dude, you had a pretty insane percentage there.
not too bad.
What was the price of that contract?
I think I paid, let me check.
You know me, I like to do math.
Paid 90.
$90, and that's the percentage?
You do the math.
Dear God. What's that, like $1,200?
Damn, they just made a new low.
Holy, dude, nice fucking gain, seriously. You're a little nutty.
Yeah, I could just be done for the rest of the week.
Yeah?
Probably won't be, but could be.
Oh, you won't be. We all know. You gonna be here tomorrow, we know. And Friday.
Let me see what that contract's trading at now, just for...
And even if you do take a break one of those days, I know you do. I know in the last 30 minutes you're gonna be like, yeah, man, check out this trade I just got. That's funny. You're hanging up here? Alright, Daffy. I will miss you,
Right
man.
on.
Thank you for being here. Appreciate you and your updates and your call-outs. Appreciate each and every post by you, sir. Thank you for your guidance. Oh, just kidding. He just wanted to see if I'd give him an outro. Because of Leland? Yeah, you gotta stay now. I'm not here by myself now. You got Leland. I like being solo on my full day streams. I feel like it gives me more energy. Like when there's someone else here, I feel like I have to like cater to like talking to them or making sure they're part of the conversation.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you earlier, but for that exact reason didn't, because I know how much you hate me.
Yeah, I mean, you know, yeah. He knows. Man, 1.5% down day.
Yeah, FOMC is always, or not always, but almost always, just like a massive stop hunt before the actual move comes. Just a big old outside bar.
SPX made a new low. IWM is about to make a new low. Or close to it. Dollar spiked from Daffy's post. Microsoft fallen. They were at 415 at one point today. They are now under 400.
Look at ENPH.
I don't want to look.
It's just a crazy chart.
Okay, it's back where I sold though.
Yeah.
I bet you the contracts are fucked up. Let me look.
Probably. Let's see.
What did I have? I don't even remember which contracts I had. I had 100 weeklies.
Yeah, I think they're lower than what we sold for.
High key? Re-entry?
What does this daily candle look like? Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's like the exact same candles yesterday, except better. I don't know. I might have to re-enter that one because this is directly it's directly affected by interest rates. That's why it had a lot of movement. It's not just because it's part of a sector. It literally is directly affected. So might have to do another short swing on that. I don't know. There's also another part of me that's like, just wait till tomorrow. Something will set up. You'll get a great Friday. I'm 50-50 on it. Plus, there's other setups that still look kind of bullish, honestly. Like Zim still looks really good to the upside. Disney puts look good. It's doing the 90% entry on the daily. If you're interested in looking at that.
Yeah, that's kind of why I wanted to join the call really quick, was to just talk about this
some swings.
Entry I did on SPX for that trade.
Oh, okay. Do you want to stream your screen or what you want to do?
I mean, you can just keep it on yours if you want.
Alright, I'll go to SPX. I know you're free.
It's very clean.
Oh, wait,
On
you
that
want
1
the 1
minute.
minute? Yeah. See,
Yeah.
I'm already fucking up.
So like we had that flush down right as the announcement came out, right? To the new low.
Oh, so I can skip half this left side of the chart.
Yeah.
Alright.
And at first I was looking for, like once we started pumping, I was looking for it to wick right off of 48.92 to like make a very slight higher high off that candle that you have on your far left.
Mm-hmm.
I was looking for it to reject there.
And then it didn't.
Like take out the highs and then reject, but it just kept going. So then I had today's open marked. So I was looking for this exact same setup there, which we got at your, what is that? 147 candle, 1247 for me. See how we pushed above the open?
Oh yeah, right here, and then it cracked back under.
Yeah. So today's open was 48.99.19. Basically 4900 that you have marked.
I'll just start coloring that yellow. Jesus Christ. Like held above it for 6 minutes really if you count it all. But then instantly 40% back under. And no retake.
Yeah.
No retake at all. And no retest either. If you go from break, oh, come on. If you go from break of that level to the low of the first move, they did a hidden retest.
So my first trim was like kind of basically where bulls stepped in on that pump up.
Mm-hmm.
See that like little hammer? It hit right where that previous hammer was at. What was it? 137 for you. That was my first sell.
Oh, you were already in and selling here. Okay.
No, I was using that candle as my target. So once it pushed down
towards you, you were like, all right, I gotta
towards
get
that,
out now.
that's where I trimmed. Yeah.
So
And then my final sell was 207 for you.
So how many cons did you have here? And then I saw you had one when you were up like some 1,300 crazy ass %. So you trimmed.
I bought 3 contracts.
So 3, and then you got out of 2 here, or 1.
1 there.
1 here. All right, where's the second one?
One
get
at
sold
the
out?
new low of day.
The new low of day. So down here or down here?
It was right before it gapped down.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see you.
48.75 basically.
Yeah, huge gap down in the 1 minute. Kind of nutty looking. All right, now where's this third trim out? Are you still in this?
No, I'm all out. My last trim was 107 for me, so that's 207 for you. Or 1407, I guess, would be on your chart.
So damn near the low of day.
Literally the low of day. I sold when it was down there.
Jesus.
I just...
Your hand starts shaking. I'm cracked. I'm just the best. I don't know what it is. Like,
I was looking for exactly the level it's at now, 48.50, but I was like, oh, I just got to get out of this thing.
Wow, Leland's copying my levels. It's crazy. 48.50. Nah, you did kick ass here, because I could see what, I mean, this is order of operations. We talk about this shit every day. There's no point in saying it again. You traded at a good spot. Now, this was their chance of doing anything they wanted, though. This was the one and only chance Bulls had, and they did not follow it up with anything afterwards.
I was so close to flipping bullish once we took today's open. I was literally gonna go because the candle on the 1 minute, the one before that I entered, it was an inside bar. So if that broke to the upside, I was gonna take calls.
This chart's disgusting. I gotta clean up all my charts because of this. People's got a pretty crazy trade. Did he tell you yet?
I saw his chart, but I was driving. I couldn't really.
So he favors me.
Let's see. Oh, okay, so he got in. I see what he did.
He had 2 contracts.
Wow.
The little nerd.
Wait, what the? It doesn't say buy or sell, but I think is that 5 cents to 49 cents? Are you kidding me? What is that? 880%? Dude, that's crazy.
He's growing up on us. I gotta pin that one. That one's actually crazy. Yo, you're crazy though, man. Seriously. What kind of medicine they got you on?
Nowadays, it's just black coffee.
Black coffee. Okay, that's the secret to success, folks. Black coffee and price action.
No more Red Bull.
Like I said, damn, Leland, way to navigate that price action. I was tempted but couldn't pull the trigger. Great vision. Alright, guys, let's not hype up Leland too much. He's alright.
Yeah. Hella average.
Below average. No, I'm kidding, man. You're average.
I'm kind of wondering if they keep going. I'm looking at the daily now. There's that like small gap from January 19th. I'm wondering if they go for that 48.40. What is it on SPY?
Yeah, speak to me in English.
Oh, dude, you want to know what? You want to see something crazy? I'll post it in Bueller TA.
Okay. Got some fire? Yeah, I'm just gonna
Like
leave
a
my fib
follow-up
drawn
chart.
here. I'm not even gonna delete this fib because this was where the hidden retest came from the first time. So if we sell off, it's going here or here.
Yeah, I saw you have that marked on the daily watch list, or the weekly watch list, I mean.
I'm not letting it go. I mean, pretty much the only bullish scenario we had this week was us holding over 490. Like, this was sketch. Then we did this, and I was like, all right, bulls are back in, we got play. This was here, all right, I'm still really not that scared. But it's the day before FOMC, so it's like, well, fuck, now I don't want to swing anything. You know, then you get this candle, it's bearish kicker, one of the strongest bearish candlestick in history. And not only does it open like this, it holds like this and finishes lower. That is a very, 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 very strong bearish candle. But it's also not the first one we've seen. And it's still holding above a lot of really good bullish areas. We're still holding above the old all-time high. We're still holding above the recent hidden retest. So, I don't know. Bulls can still show up here, but with the news we were given today, I also wouldn't be shocked to go down and test 480. I really wouldn't. My bad. Did you already post?
No, not yet.
Okay, fine. Oh, dude, Kevo is holding it down.
I'll find my original post. Alright, there, I just posted it.
Alright, I'm gonna go to the first post first, and then I will... Oh, God. Hold up, let's try that again.
I hate that about Discord.
Sup, people? White charts incoming. I posted this on Trade Floor today, but posting here in case y'all missed it. If anyone wants a good fib trick for potential target or projections, you can measure the last pullback from the low at 469.87 to the high at 478.60s, backwards. And then you can add the negative 0.5, -1, negative 1.5, and negative 2 extensions. And this gives you good targets and projections as posted. So it's just fibs, but they give you extra further out ones using just math. It's just math. Let's scroll down, go to the current chart. I'm, of course, simplifying everything Leland's posted.
You're good.
Woo! It hit all three. Held above one. Opened above the second, and then got above it again. Multiple opens and closes above it for 3 days in a row. And then they perfectly hit. I mean, you were 8 cents off, so I don't know.
I know.
8
Damn
cents.
me.
I mean, you're kind of trash. Like, yeah, that's insanely accurate. That's crazy.
Dude, but yeah, 8 cents off that level to a Bears kicker, like what?
I'm totally not going to add that onto my fib right now.
It don't work, bro. Don't add that.
Oh, you did from here to here.
Yeah, from the low
okay.
to the high.
God, that's like
Because it's
backwards
the
thinking
negative
to me.
extensions.
Yeah, I
It
get
is
you.
backwards, yeah. You could add the positive extensions and draw it the other way, but I just have the negative ones on.
I can just retype these coefficients that are past 1, right? Or do I have to
Yeah.
add curves?
You can change those, don't matter.
All right, hold up. I'm moving Discord
Just
back to
be
the screen.
lazy. Use the ones that are already there. Yeah, we just broke 4850 on SPX. I think we're just going to keep drilling.
I've been meaning to do this for a long time. The colors need to be changed. There we go. Save as default. There we go. That is so scary.
Right?
Yeah, 8 cents. Wow. And you might as well go hit your little -50 right there right now. God, that is so
Yeah, that'd be a good
scary
spot
accurate.
for them to hold.
You think we get some short-term upside tomorrow? Or you think we get a lower open short-term upside than some downside? What do you think we get?
Hard to say. I mean, a Bears kicker is pretty
fuck you, Ian.
Pretty telling. We could easily gap up, print an inside bar tomorrow, fake everybody out.
That's the
then
highest
continue,
probability
or...
situation. That is what is most likely going to happen. I agree with that one. Because they don't want to make it obvious.
Yeah.
Everybody could just be jumping into puts right now. I'm going to adore this extension for another second. Make sure to go vote in the polls channel, everybody. If you're in the Discord, go to the polls channel. Let everyone know how you did today. I get to say that I did good today. Leland, stop me from entering EMPH.
I mean, you're a big boy.
You're a big boy. You're right. I should get a bunch of them. Take the advice completely opposite. Nah, I don't want it. The options aren't good enough for me to get this week, and next week's are so jacked. I'm not even.
Plus, they have earnings.
Yeah, they have
February
earnings
6th.
insanely soon. Nah, you're right. I'm chilling. I'm chilling.
Coin looks interesting, but same story. Earnings soon. Well, actually, February 15th. So it's got some time on that.
Oh, that does look good. It's like a failed dark cloud cover into a bearish hammer. I almost promise there's an EMA rejecting right here. Let's see.
Upstart looks similar to that chart as well. I was saying Upstart, if they decided to announce a rate cut, Upstart would fly, but now it's doing the opposite. No rate cut, no pump.
Actually, I'm taking your coin idea.
You like it?
Yeah. This is on my weekly watch list too. That's how I charted it.
If you kind of like combine both of those candles, today and yesterday, it's like basically a
DCC.
dark cloud cover. Yeah.
You nerd. I knew where you were going with that.
That's just, I can't help it. That's
no,
what
it's
my
how
brain
you see
thinks.
it now. Yeah, no, I mean, once you start doing it, they start to connect, and that's how you are supposed to look at it. Like when you look at 3 black crows, you're essentially looking at a big gap down. That's
Yeah.
essentially what it is. It's not actually, but
Nvidia's crazy.
what's that one looking like?
Basically unaffected. It's almost a perfect doji.
Holding the daily 9 EMA.
They do not want that to
I'm tired
go
of
down
watching
at
this.
all.
Yeah, this thing is insane. Wait, that makes me want to check AVGO. Okay, AVGO did fall under the 9, and my fib. And we know AMD fell.
That's like a Burj Khalifa right there.
It is. Yeah, Nvidia's insane, dude. You really can't short this early. You just can't. The one time it broke under the 9 EMA this year only had one profitable day fall behind it. The next day, this would have been flat or barely red. Ever since then, it has yet to even go under the daily 9 EMA. That is disgusting. That's an entire month of just going up. That's crazy.
That's just euphoric FOMO buying. Has to be. I don't want to add those standard deviation lines I used to use. Let's see what that looks like.
Oh, you know who has earnings today, dude? Oh, wait, no, this isn't today. This is tomorrow.
Is that today?
We have Apple, Amazon, and Meta tomorrow.
It's gonna be huge.
Dude, tomorrow's about to be crazy. I'm excited.
Daffy. You want that, don't you? You can go light. You don't have to go 20 cons.
I don't know.
EMPH.
I've been liking my risk management I'm doing lately. Every time I drop like 7 to 1200 in a trade, it's like really easy to manage that next day. Like I didn't feel worthless when I only take 30%. Because that happens a shit
fair
ton.
enough.
Like the scenario I get stuck in is I'm either stuck in 30% trades, or I'm like looking for more, and then that's what fucks me. So it's like if I could just take 30% every trade, I'm chilling. I might just
Yeah, because if you take 30% on 2 contracts, you're like, that ain't enough.
Exactly. It's like,
why did I even wake up?
Exactly. Why did I even take that trade? Like, what was the point? It just doesn't feel right. Like the risk reward wasn't there.
Fair enough.
I don't know. Let's see. You are right though. You are right. Snow looked pretty good. They had an inside bar with a negative print to the downside, but they're holding a pretty good fib now. I do the same contract. But you're right. I'm not doing a crazy amount though. I'm only gonna do 5.
Cool. You know what?
That's like a fourth of the risk that was on yesterday. So I feel like that's a good sign of growth there.
I'll take 5 too.
You're taking 52? Fuck, hold up, I gotta get more.
Wait, what?
You said 5 too. You're getting 52 contracts? I gotta get more than you. God, I cannot wait to clean this chart, dude. I'm so tired of looking at all these zones.
Let's clean it up. Let's see.
I'm giving it 45 seconds.
For sure.
Because if it makes a new low of day, it might actually affect how I draw this. Because I want to draw... I'm pretty much just going to cheat. I'm going to grab from 482.20. I'm going to include this one and this one to the low of day. So I'm going to include all of these and probably the previous day close with how this is looking. Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Wouldn't surprise me if we close at your level right there.
20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15.
I didn't realize we're in the last minute of the day. I wasn't even looking at the clock.
12, 11, 10, 9, 8,
Flush.
7, 6. It did. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Push.
Ding, 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 ding. And it did make a new low of day, dude.
Oh.
Kidding me. All right, so break a retest under blah, blah, blah. Delete that. If anybody wants a lesson on how to... Oh, yeah. Hold up. Let's see the poll. Wow, that was so close. Some of you definitely voted at the end.
Yeah, I was under when you put that poll up. Yo, but really quick before you clean up, go to that fib extension chart on the daily. Did you save that drawing?
Yeah, I got it. My bad.
Flip to it real quick.
It didn't close at that level, did it? Oh my god.
How wild is that?
That's disgusting. Hold up, look. I'm gonna look like I'm doing something. I'm gonna go into that channel. And I'm gonna reply to your recent post. Like, close right at it. That's funny. That's scary accurate, I'm gonna be honest.
Right?
So wait, I'm gonna backtest this. Let's say you were severely focused on just trading this level. And maybe you have my zone mixed in over here. Maybe you, for some reason, have that. Oh, well, this zone's strong wrong, actually. It was pretty much the low of this base. Because this was the fake out. Then this was a fake out. Even though it didn't really fake out. It rejected today's open perfectly. That was today's trade, honestly. Was seeing the basing, the fake out, the liquidity grab, the no confirmation over. This was a confirmation of like, all right, bears are here. And then you go to your 1 minute, where Leland's at. And you could have done a couple different things. You could have grabbed from the level to where we... Where's my fib? Could have gone from the level to... Whoa. To here, and then see, does it come up with anything? And they rejected the 50%, gave a new low here. So there was confirmations. And then using his fib extensions, or let's say you didn't have them on. Let's say you just for some reason didn't have them on, whatever.
Oh, wrong ones.
Oh, I did the wrong ones. They switched around on me.
Yeah.
That was weird.
They reordered them.
I guess it makes sense. They are, you know. Oh, wait. Hold up. I don't turn on the 618. I just do the 6.5. There we go. Hidden retest, sorry. Back to what I was talking about. Then you get the rejection. You get the continuation under the new low of where you were drawing your fib from. And here we are at the 482.97. I mean, you were again off by 8 cents. I mean, you were off by 8 cents to the upside, off by 8 cents to the downside. What do you have to say for yourself, Leland?
Which just tells me that it's just even more confirmation that it's like mathematically perfect to be off by the same cent amount. That's crazy.
All right, guys, I'm gonna clean up the levels now. Let's get over with this now. So we're deleting previous day close. We're deleting previous day open. I'm keeping previous day high supply. We're going to keep the, I believe it's the 26th. Yes, the 26th. That's the Friday high supply. We're keeping that. I just like how it looks. It's rejected perfectly here. No retest. Rejection here and a retest. So maybe in the future it gets used again. Who knows? Invalidated, so we're deleting this zone. Zoom back out more because I don't know where this other day is going. Deleting this, invalidated. Deleting 484. We're going to keep this zone, I think. Yes, we are. We're going to keep that zone. We're going to keep that high or low. These are just trend levels. Okay. Now the magic. That's it, actually. I think I'm done. I guess we could do this. Hold up. We can add an in-between if we want. I'm going to add that. Oh. This is not a natural supply demand that I normally grab, but since we're pretty much near one here, I guess I could extend this. Since we're near one here, I don't really need to add anything. Previous day close and low are basically the same level. Previous day open's already in a supply of the 26th, sorry, Friday. we got a rejection of it, and the only thing I've added now is just this higher low. It's not really a higher low. It's more of where buyers caught in before getting their move and where bears put them in the grave. So that's what I'm adding right there. That's the only thing. We don't have to add today's open. We don't have to add anything, really. I guess that's it. Huh. I thought it was going to be worse than that. Let's see triple Qs now. Triple Qs, I got a few things to delete. That can stay, that can stay, that can stay. That can go. That can go. That can go. That can stay. Today's open. Today's close. Yeah, it's gonna be like a tiny zone like right here. Nothing crazy, so we're not even gonna draw it. And then our previous day high supply. Which we don't really have to grab that because we have this right here, but I'm just gonna include it. And that's it. That chart's actually pretty clean too. Of course, it'll develop more and look as clean as it did today. And then SPX. We got a couple things to add here. Today's open can stay, I guess. That can stay. That can be deleted. That can be deleted. That can be deleted. We'll leave that with that zone. Let's extend this zone a little bit. That one's done, that one's done, that one's done. We'll leave that. Yeah, I guess we'll just leave all that. SPX is such a clean chart every day. And then we'll add the same thing that we added on the SPY chart. The little higher low thing that we're not calling a higher low. This is where bulls had a chance. They lost their chance, and this is where bears put them in the ground. It's a very nice move by them. So we're going to add that lower high, and that's it. Or higher low, whatever you want to call it. And that should be it. That is all the levels for today. We also talked about how IWM was possibly given a chance here to try and move above 200s. Failed. We never even got above 200 once on this day or any of these days. And got a huge rejection, breaking out base, going down, almost filling that gap. So we'll most likely see this either wick up and fill this gap, or we're getting a definite retest of the lower part of that range. So we'll see. But you can see, though, all of these charts definitely experiencing some large pullbacks today. But I'm going to end this stream there. I hope you guys enjoyed the full day stream. We have another one tomorrow. More news, more earnings coming out tomorrow as well. We'll try to stick around to see some of the earnings reactions as well. But I hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. Thank you guys for over 70 likes on today's stream. We had 15 people sign up, or gifted memberships at least. Over 400 people clicked on today's stream. That is crazy. But yeah, we'll see you guys later on. Thank you guys again, and yeah.
See ya.